All right, looks like we got the stream up and running here. Fan friggin' tastic. Let's get into it. Without any ado. I already beat this one. Let's go take a look here. See what we've already defeated. Knights. Go over to my Harbingers. We have beaten Blood, Frost, and Death. The next one we want to do is follow the Empire. We'll finish the female Harbingers. We're all quick and jump around, and then we'll do all the fat guys, and then we get to go. So let's get in here. Let's get in here. I played a little bit more yesterday just to get some of these shooters down. But I didn't play a ton yesterday. We're at a point now where it's just fairly quick to get things going. This is the first time I've ever really driven corruption on each of the different monoliths. And so you have that cool system where when you're upgrading a new monolith, you get a huge bonus based on your highest tier monolith to the corruption the first time you kill Orbis. And so it really makes this whole process of trying to push all the different monoliths and stuff like that fairly easy. And I really like it because it gives you this progression, right? This like small scale ladder style. That's what I'm looking for. It's kind of a ladder that you're going as you're progressing through and doing all of these different Harbinger bosses and all that stuff. And I like that feeling of that ladder. Especially here in this game, it's really fun because you also have that ladder feeling when it comes to your gear. And so a lot of the really fast players, a lot of the really good players are going to be skipping a lot of that ladder. They're going to be, using their skill at the game to not need so many of those small progressions as they move through things. But for those of us who are just normal players and who aren't obscenely good at this game, it's nice to have a system that wants you to constantly be feeling like you're making those little upgrades, you're doing those little things, and that you're moving forward in the direction that you want to be. It sucks to be making progression, but feel like you're getting weaker. And so the smaller increments of progression, along with a really deep crafting system and a really good progression system, mean that I still feel like my character is getting more powerful, like I'm prepared for each of these new challenges. It's really well balanced, honestly. Your first character feels a little bit like they get stuck, and does feel like they have to slow down a bit as they get to empowered monoliths. I definitely had problems with that when I was making my first couple of characters this season, but as long as you're willing to fail forward a little bit in those early days, you end up with this just nice, smooth ramp that takes you right into the end. Really, really enjoying it on this character. It also makes me feel much better about playing slightly more. You know, when I played Path of Exile and stuff like that, I feel like I have to be just manically playing the game from the minute it releases until the minute I decide to give up. But honestly, I feel like I could come back to Last Epoch and spend, a couple of hours and then go watch some TV and not really feel like anything was going wrong. A little later today, we are going to try to make a video for YouTube while we're streaming. Something I've noticed is kind of a trend in the gaming space where we explain mechanics or something like that in a video, in a stream, and then that bit of the stream gets cut out and released as its own video. So we're going to talk about that. The thing we're going to talk about today is how to solve probably the biggest problem with what I think is one of the best features of this game, which is a Circle of Fortune faction, which is the sort of solo self-found or solo account-found faction in this game that allows you to buy prophecies and stuff like that to change the way your gear drops so that you can get better loot and so that your loot can be more focused. And so I'm excited to talk a little bit about that. It's basically, we've talked about this before, right? I think that a really, really good solution to the storage problem, which is the biggest problem that people have with Circle of Fortune, would actually be simply to make it so that you can... Wow. Who wants to give me this? I've literally taken one step. Yo, what up, Bean? How are you? Taken one step from the thing, and it's gonna give me... Alright, well, let's reset this thing. Let's do it to it, Lars. Um... I forget what the light one is. Oh yeah, we dodged it. So good. He's hitting me with two big attacks, though. I've never seen this combination before. Don't beat this dude's ass. Oh, he's not even hitting me very hard. What's going on here, dude? Great, had my presentation today. It went well. Nice. Congratulations. Glad for you. Presentations can be tough. People can't get out there in front of people and do that stuff, so good for you. Good for you. Or just give me 3 of the same ring. That's totally fine. Let's see here. I need to get to 225 corruption, so I'm not even quite to 200. Almost, though. So I just need to beat this boss twice, and then I'll be able to get the corruption I need. So let's just move along. Yeah, so we're just slowly pushing our corruption here. We're just moving along through the game. This is why I didn't think, or this is what made me think people were going to go slower. Because I had forgotten how much of a bonus you can get from already having something with its corruption pushed. Now, I do have a couple of these needles that are supposed to give me extra days of Orbis, and so I could actually be using those needles and pushing this further, and then only need to do like one corruption fight on the next one. So that's maybe something I'll do in the future for races and stuff like that. But not really necessary this time. We're just trying to kind of take it slow. I want to get a feel for how much the difficulty changes as we move into each of these, right? We're almost at 200 corruption here. And I still feel Like I'm just kind of running through this. Actually, I feel like things have gotten easier than yesterday. I feel like yesterday I was in kind of a scary spot. Build hasn't changed at all. I haven't done anything new. Just feel like we're cruising. There are some maps that you get that are just kind of easier, right? These little purple enemies are just do a ton of damage. They don't have a lot of hit points. They heal. Fighting them makes you feel really strong. So, I don't know. I did get killed by this Thunder Dragon yesterday while I was fighting it in a different map. So maybe that'll be a good indicator. How strong I need to be. Remember if I was 200 yet when I died to the Thunder Dragon. I think it was in my 200 corruption thing though. Monolith. There you go. Words are hard. But I'm not really 100% sure, so just gonna kind of keep going. Oh, we got ambush, so we're not even gonna fight the Thunder Dragon. This was an ambush fight. You know, I like the ambush mechanic. I like that they're like, haha, we tricked you, you got ambushed. But it seems kind of strange. I don't know. It almost feels kind of unnecessary and nonsensical to not have it said over here that you're going to be looking for an ambush. I don't know if it has any value, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to not just tell me that I'm searching for an ambush. I don't know. I'm confused. Very, very confused. But we're just gonna keep killing things here. Keep driving right along. So I watched the craziest TV show yesterday. And I've never really wanted to be on a reality TV show before. There's a TV show called Extracted. And it's a reality TV show where teams of 3, they got 12. There's only one season so far. I really hope there's another season soon. But the hey, what's up, Gravy? The finale I think just happened. So I really hope there's a new season. But what they do is they take teams of 3. There were 12 families of 3 people, and they do it with people who are like super close, really, really close friends who are like family or family members. You can reach level 50 and going into the first monolith. Fuck yeah, Gravy. Get it. Get it. But they send these family members out, and one of them goes out into the woods to survive by themselves, and it's basically the Hunger Games, right? They send 12 individuals out to survive in the woods on their own, and they're not really in competition with each other for most of the season, but they're in competition with the wilderness, and then based on the other 2 members of each family go to this headquarters place, and they all sort of live together in this big building, and they can monitor. They've got tons of like video cameras and stuff like that, so they can monitor everything that's going on in the woods and the physical and emotional state of each of the contestants. And then they sort of play mind games with each other and compete with each other to try to get resources like food and clothing and water and stuff like that to the survivalist that they're teamed with, that's, you know, a member of their family. And it's like this whole crazy because the people out in the woods don't really have any idea what's going on at the headquarters. And, you know, they're out there doing these weird challenges and just literally trying to survive. Because all they get when they go out there is a canteen of water. And then they, you know, they do these little competitions and stuff. But it's insane, but I want to do it so bad. I would love to get my 2 brothers and go out there and freaking have somebody just starving to death in the woods. I think that'd be so much fun. I think me and my brothers would be good at it too. Maybe I can convince him to sign up. Maybe. We'll see. How are you liking monoliths? How are you liking the end game loop, Gravy? Oh my goodness, this guy's all the way at the end of this. Jeez Louise. Oh jeez. That's all I need. Yeah, this really doesn't feel nearly as difficult as it felt yesterday. I don't know if I was just playing really poorly or if there's been a patch and they like made everything easier. I don't really know what's going on right now. But that's okay. I'm just gonna sit here and throw out my spinny hammers of doom. Hammers of doom. Spinny freaking hammers. Glyphs. Get some coins. Oop. More crafting materials. Okay, Hermito, how do you get into dungeons? You press map. You go back into the regular world map. You find the dungeon. So if you zoom all the way out, see this little icon right here? That means there's a dungeon here. Then you go zoop, zoop. You've got Lightless Arbor is right here. You gotta go surface, this way to Lightless Arbor. You have to have a key in your inventory. You go to keys. You've got Lightless Arbor keys. You got Soulfire Bastion keys. You got Temporal Sanctum keys. You've got the Arena keys. You got the Harbinger Eye, which is the key to Aberoth. That is why. Must have a key to open the lock. They just drop randomly. Or also there can be um, on the echoes where you get the nodes that give you specific rewards like glyphs or experience or certain items or anything. One of the possible reward types can be keys. And so you defeat those particular echoes, they will give you keys. But yeah, just kill stuff. You'll get them. It's kind of an end game mechanic, so probably won't have a lot right now. Let's get cold damage, chance to shred armor on hit. I don't really think that that's going to be useful, but whatever. We're going to empower this again. Die. Time to die. Okay, now I have two more specializations left to choose. I don't know which ones to go for. Four options: Anomaly, Symbols of Hope, Healing Hands, or Devouring Orb. That's a good question. And I don't really know don't really know what to tell you with that. Um, if you're going to use healing hands, then I recommend using it instead of lunge. It's extremely popular to turn healing hands into a traversal skill. And so lunge has to be used at an enemy. It can't be used really to dodge or evade. And so it loses a little bit of its utility. But healing hands, when you turn it into a traversal skill, is basically a lunge in any direction you want. So you can use it to escape attacks and stuff like that. So you might get rid of your lunge spec and then go ahead and put healing hands in there. And that would give you 2 more specializations for just 3 more. I think Symbols of Hope is a really good one. Although I don't know if Symbols of Hope has a lot of utility for Void. But it's a great oh fuck button. Especially if you get the ring that automatically casts it when you get low on health like I have. So it's really great to just be able to press Symbols of Hope and you can get a lot of mana and energy, or not mana, a lot of health and energy shield from it. So I think that's a great oh fuck button. And in the meantime, it's giving you nice little buffs, so that's cool. And then I've never used Anomaly or Devouring Orb. I know Devouring Orb is pretty popular, but I have never before used it, so I don't really understand the playstyle for it. I don't really understand. I've never played Void before. I've never played Void Knight. I don't really have great experience to help you decide between those two. The great thing is you can always respec. So I would probably do them both, level them up, try some different stuff. So yeah, actually, exactly. Experiment yourself. That's the greatest plan. Because, a lot of this stuff, like it's true that there are skills that are maybe stronger, more popular, but honestly, I think a lot of ARPG games and a lot of success that people have with ARPG games is a lot more about their own personal style of play. And so you see a lot of these content creators and they make these really great builds and then they say, okay, this is the most OP build. But I don't necessarily think it's always because the builds are OP. I think it's because the builds are really good and that content creator happens to also really like and be good at that particular playstyle. So I think some builds by content creators get a little disproportionate uh, representation as far as how good they actually are. So yeah, I think trying things out for yourself and getting after it. The Racing Strike is so good it almost one-shots everyone. Yeah. The Racing Strike is impressive. I saw a little video clip on it the other day, and somebody literally just ran around the map trying to gather up as many mobs as they possibly could, and then one-shot Racing Strike entire pack. It was absurd. Absolutely redonkulous. See, I didn't have any problem with Ghost. Ghost was pretty easy for me. but I can see how it could maybe be a problem because he's so quick for other builds. The cold zone is definitely a region, though, where I've lost quite a few characters. The spiders that shoot out all the ice tend to get me. All right, boop. Ooh, look at all these things. All right, let's see what we got here. Don't care about that. Well, I might care about this. Void damage, critical strike chance, increase physical damage, roll resistance. I don't know. Yeah, later. Have a good one. Time to go destroy bone spires. Interesting. Spell damage, chance to blind on hit. That's actually kind of good. Perm. Where's the kaboom? You're supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. I love seeing all of my hammers flying around. It makes me very happy. Which class uses Falconer? That's a marksman class. Or the rogue, maybe? No, I'm pretty sure it's called marksman. I saw that that's the 3 most played mastery classes. Yeah, Falconer is super popular. It just got a huge rework, which is why. Also why Sentinel is so popular right now. Sentinel just got a huge rework as well. Oh snap! Big ol' scorpion! Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this just does not feel as difficult as it did yesterday. I feel like I'm just cruising. It's sword. You know what I should do? Is I should use every single Weaver's item. That's what I should do. Make different builds that utilize every single Weaver's item. Because they're so easy to get, most of them. And it's, maybe a little difficult to get a really, really good one. But I think you can pretty consistently get them. Gritter's hitbox sucks. But I can't freaking get a bunch of ignites on it. That is a really, really huge problem for the hammers. Hey now. Oh now. Hey there, hi there, ho there. A shield. Stygian's reprisal. Ended up like full clearing that map. That was ridiculous. Nice set pieces. And don't care about this. Let's go this way. Free uniques. Free uniques. So I'm pretty excited to try. How about specializing Smite? Smite is an incredible skill. There are going to be a couple of issues with specializing Smite. If you're not going to make Smite the key part of your build, so most builds in this game have like a primary or maybe two primary damaging attacks that have some sort of interconnectivity. So if, like, for example, you needed Smite to build up some sort of a charges for one of your other attacks, then you could use Smite and then switch into whatever that other attack is. Or if you needed other attacks to sort of charge up Smite, for example, Blade Dancer from the Rogue. Nope, not Blade Dancer. One of the specializations from the Rogue uses one skill to build up shadows, and then uses other skills to utilize those shadows to do a bunch of extra damage. And so if you were going to be doing something like that with Smite, I would say absolutely specialize it. But if you're using Erasing Strike, you're going to have a bit of difficulty than making use out of Smite. Now, gaining mana from it is not a terrible idea, but I do think there are better ways to gain mana with the Sentinel that require you to use like melee attacks. I guess using Smite for it instead might be a good idea. because you could do it from a range. So if you can regen your mana with smite from range, I could see that working out pretty well. But I'd be a little concerned just about your ability to use those two skills effectively. I tend to really like builds that auto cast smite or builds that are completely built around manually casting smite. I mean, you might have to complicate things. That makes total sense. And I'm not like a build god with this game. I haven't played enough of this game, and I haven't played enough different builds to really have a ton of insight. So it's possible that I'm just talking out of my ass here. I have no clue. I think Rive is typically how people gain back mana. It's a 3 attack combo, and there are some passives in the Sentinel tree that allow you to get mana back with Rive. I think that's typically how people get their mana when they're doing Sentinel, especially with melee builds because you're already going to be in melee distance. So you can, drop your Erasing Strike or whatever until you run out of mana, and then Rive a couple of times to get your mana back. But also, don't necessarily follow the meta. If you would prefer to use Smite, and you can find a good way to get mana back with Smite, and that's just a more fun skill for you. Fuck what everybody else does, do what you want. Harbinger. I go get a Harbinger. You're all dead. Challenge my Harbinger. You do not scare me, Nemesis. You are but an ant to my greatness. Will defeat you with my spinny hammers of doom. Right, we got a cool quiver. Probably not really useful. Got ourselves a legendary belt. Strike, health on kill, chill. Neither of those things are really useful at all. It was still fun. Still fun.
Stand down or die.
feel the ash gate. This arbor.
Stand down or die.
Healing hands do have a chance to cast smite, right? So casting smite might be useful then. Yeah, if you have a way to cast healing hands with smite, or smite with healing hands, then you can totally do that. I think you have to take a node to make it so that healing hands can cast smite. It's not just like an automatic thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you can cast smite that way, then that might have some value. I guess it would depend on how many times healing hands can cast smite within a second. So if you, for example, if you use healing hands as a traversal skill, then you're not going to be using healing hands that often, so you're also not going to end up using smite that often. So now you're using two of your specializations on skills that aren't really being made use of, except for maybe 10% of the time. And so that would pretty significantly decrease your overall power potential. Not that it would make your build unusable, and it may make your build really safe, right? If you can use healing hands and smite at the same time and kind of double up on healing and mana regen and stuff like that. Maybe get some blind in with your smite or something, I don't know, so that you can debuff your enemies a little bit. And then it's just a question of remembering to cast that healing hands on cooldown so that you're getting your smite, so that you're getting your debuffs. Some stuff like that might work out pretty well. Man, I wish I had gotten to practice some of this stuff before the actual race. A lot of these things, a lot of the mechanics, pushing corruption, stuff like that seems really, really overwhelming when you haven't done it. Especially if you I have done it, I just haven't done it in a really long time. And not in this particular fashion. But now that I'm actually in it, now that we're actually going through this and doing this, it feels really very simple. Like the progression is just built so well that I don't feel like I'm being inhibited by moving on to different monoliths, right? The progression is still there. The progression is still really quick. Mostly, I get right back to where I was at the previous monolith in just a single Oribus fight. And while I'm getting to that Oribus fight, I'm building up, some of the stability required to go ahead and fight the boss, to then get to the next tier so that I can fight the next Harbinger. So, I mean, I've got to build up a little, right? It kind of halts you at each progressive monolith for, you know, an hour or so that you can build up your corruption, so that you can move forward. But it's just so smooth. Oh my goodness. So smooth.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die.
Alright, let's see what we could throw in here. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, one of these rings. Without any legendary potential. That's actually the only one of those rings that I've picked up that doesn't have legendary potential on it, so that's really nice. Void damage on a scepter with cold damage. Meh. Let's bruise. Oh, I've already finished this one. Okay. Just running around like an idiot for no reason. Ooh. The last laugh. I don't think I've gotten one of these yet. 40 melee damage, 11% chance to shred armor on melee hit. Nice. Melee physical, 5 strength. Melee attack speed, instantly kill enemies that are left below 17% health by a melee attack. 5% of overkill damage leached as health. 5% melee critical strike chance if you have less than 100 dodge rating. Too
heavy.
Kinda like that sword. That's the first one I've picked up. Dump all this stuff in here. So much random garbage. Do I need any of it? Probably not.
I cannot do that.
Okay, my hazma. I think after we finish up this echo, I'm gonna go ahead and get something to eat. I didn't eat at all this morning yet. I needed to cook some food, so I got some food started in the
Do that.
instant pot, because that's where I cook all of my food. Because fuck cooking. I think as soon as we finish this one up, we're gonna go ahead and get some food, because I'm hungry. And then continue down our little path here. Looks like I actually need to go this way. They went that way. You big ugly scorpion. Come here, you big ugly scorpion. I almost just started a new one. I'm so used to just coming, clicking the button, and going back in. Almost forgot that I want to get some flippin' food. So I will be right back in one brief moment. Yo, what up, Dullex? Sorry, I was getting me some grub. Missed you a little bit there. How goes life, the universe, and everything? Hmm. Tell y'all what, I feel fucking good today. Like, oh my god, good. I think I need to start not eating breakfast right away. So, I take magnesium in the morning, and I usually take a little caffeine pill. Well, I say little, it's 200 milligrams of caffeine. But I usually take it and then immediately eat my breakfast, so I like take it with food. And I think it really dulls the effect. But since I waited about an hour to eat, well, I waited about 2 hours to eat, I feel like super cranked up right now. And I got to admit, I'm kind of loving it. Because I've been in a bit of a fog for a couple of days. Hmm. Just everything is better when you feel clear headed. Everything is better. Food tastes better. My enjoyment of the taste of food is better. Normally, I don't really give a shit. Food is just that thing you have to put in your body, keep it working. But I just had some rice and some green beans, a little Japanese teriyaki barbecue sauce thing. And yeah, super simple meal. Tasted really great. Now let's get the fudge back into it here. Let's go get some relics. We hit 800, which means we're now at enough stability to go fight the boss, to get ourselves a gaze of Urubis. Urubis. We are going to need 2 gazes, so we're going to need to get closer up to 1600. We'll go fight the boss, then we'll gain up a little bit more stability to get over 800 again, then we'll fight the boss again. Then we'll fight Orbis. Then we will... Then we'll get back up to 800. And then we'll fight the boss and the Harbinger. So there is a path we could take here that could make this all a little bit faster. And that is we could use one of our needles when we kill the boss. And that needle would give us 4 gazes of Orbis instead of the regular 1. And then we could get ourselves probably all the way up, pretty close to all the way up, to 250 instead of going to 225 eruption. And that would put us in a much better position for when we go to do the next one. So maybe we'll do that. It'll definitely make the next one quicker, because we'll get an extra almost 25 out of it. But we'll see. It'll make us maybe only need 1 gaze before we fight Orbis. Be super dope, I think. Oh, my hammers are getting destroyed by this stupid wall. I wish that the hammers were just completely immune to terrain. Just went through all terrain. Because sometimes it can put you in a really bad spot that just a lot of other builds don't have to deal with. Really don't like it. Gonna get legendary potential out of this. Hopefully we get 2. Hopefully we don't just get stuck with 1. So, starting tomorrow, because I think Sunday's a good day for it. Well, or maybe starting on Monday. Should we start on Monday or should we start on Sunday? I don't know when the best day to put the video out will be. They're putting the video out Monday or Sunday will be best. Of course, I guess I can put it out any old time. It doesn't have to be, the next day after we're done. Something I want to do is I want to start doing a build a week. Because I'm really enjoying playing Last Epoch. So I want to keep playing. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a build a week. Use portal. We're already done. Whoops. See. You know what? Let's go kill this boss. Just for shits and grins. And let's actually use our needle. No sense taking life hard. Put our needle right in there. Fantastic. We're gonna go beat the crap out of whoever this is. I actually do not remember who this boss is. So we might get the crap kicked out of us. Who knows? Oh, it's this dude. I hate this. This boss sucks. Thankfully, I'm an absurd meat tank. So, something that apparently you can do is you can apparently kill these. And when you're going to go fight the Harbinger, apparently you're supposed to at least kill one of them. Because you can get out of range of the other one by coming over here and fighting this one. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We can obviously just tank this boss, which is hilarious. The reason I can do this is because it appears this boss is doing void damage. I take half of my void damage as physical, which is a huge boon. Just against this boss, it's been a huge boon against all of the Harbingers so far. I think it's going to be a huge boon against Aberon. I think it's absolutely something that people should look into, especially if you're playing a really high armor build and block build like I am, because your armor is so much more effective against physical damage. So you're really getting even more defense than you normally would out of that. So if you're running a high armor build, those types of damages taken as physical damage are honestly one of the best things that you can get. This is absolutely hilarious. We're going to charge up a little mana here. Should be able to just keep pushing right through. We've only got 25% health left. This is just shy of 200 corruption too. So I think I pushed this build to a pretty great state before I decided to come start fighting these bosses. Because I was having so much trouble with like the champions and stuff, and the bosses are honestly just easier than a lot of the stuff you run into inside of the echoes. So amulet shard drop rate, bow shard drop rate, two-handed staff shard drop rate, relic shard drop rate. So we want to get some. These are trash. Oh, okay. So these just have standard amulets. It's not really gonna matter. We did get Nightbringer, a 2 legendary potential quiver. Chance to blind on bow hit, void damage while at low health, 11% more hit damage to blinded enemies with multi-shot, increased foe attack speed while at low health, increased bulwark of the last here. Armor every 3 seconds. If you are on high health, you lose 25% of your current health and gain the Apocalypse buff for 3 seconds. 70% increased void damage during Apocalypse, 70% increased strike multiplier during the Apocalypse. Interesting. Not really something I'm interested in on this build. Anchor of Oblivion, increased armor. Void damage, endurance, endurance threshold, those are all actually really good things. Hit leaves you below your endurance threshold. You are slowed and release a powerful wave of void. 2-second cooldown and plus 2. So it's actually kind of interesting. Endurance is kind of a cool mechanic that I am not really interacting with. I have to get down to 724 hit points before my endurance kicks in. And I only have, I'm short 10% on what the endurance can reduce. Only 60% damage reduction instead of 70. So it'd be really cool to maybe like go all in on endurance. I don't know how many things give you that endurance threshold, or if there's percentage endurance thresholds out there. Like I haven't really even looked into endurance. But if you could get that to a point, because this is not based on typically a percentage of your health. Your endurance threshold is usually just um, this threshold. It's normally just this flat number that has nothing really to do with what you. I think its base might be based on your maximum health, um, but I don't think any of the other values based on your maximum. So it would be really interesting, I think, to go in and really push that endurance threshold, and then try and keep your health just right where the endurance threshold is. Because just taking 70% less damage is fucking dumb. Like, if I could have, I've got 2,700 hit points right now, but if I can take 70% less damage for, 1,500 hit points, that's effectively over 3k hit points at the damage values I'm taking right at this moment. So I don't know what the resources required would be to push a threshold build that high. But that's definitely something I'm going to look into. We might look into that together today. Maybe I'll go ahead and set it up so that y'all can actually see my web browser. Might go through and take a look at that, and just theory craft a little something out. And then I don't want to get too into the weeds with it because I really like to build my builds as I'm going. I think they just turn out better that way because you can recognize, like, oh, this sucks, and then just switch. But when you really go through and you like build a build in the builder and you've got it all planned out from start to finish, and you know what every single one of your points and every single point value is going to be, and you know exactly what stats you want on what pieces of gear, and really, really kills the enjoyment for me because I like to find pieces of gear and go, ooh, I might be able to make that work. Ooh, I might be able to make that work. Ooh, maybe I can tinker with this a little bit. Look at what I'm missing and then just fuck with it a little bit. Most builds are going to have some sort of a chase item, right? A unique that you need that's really build enabling, or, a set that you might want, or something like that. And I'm totally into that, right? Find a cool little gimmicky something that you're going to want to make your build do the thing that it's supposed to be doing. But I don't want every single everything planned out. I don't think it's fun. I'm a tinkerer. I like to tinker. If there's nothing to tinker with, then what's the point? So I'm not even going to beat this because it's not going to continue the path or whatever, and I'm just trying to get to where I can kill Orvis again. So let's go. We're going to go backwards a little here. I want to get unique and belt, or do I want to get shards and purple axes? Let's do shards and purple axes. All right. Not do that. Doing a bunch of construction and foundation work and stuff across the street from my house. And I think they're kicking up a bunch of crap. It is really fucking with my allergies. But I noticed last night, right before I went to bed, that I was like totally clear. And I mean, that was like 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, but I think it just has to do with, daytime and maybe flowers blooming or something. And, those people across the street working on stuff. But it is fucking up my life. Want it to stop? If I had $1 million. So I have maybe a question for y'all because I was just thinking I want to put out a really long, maybe like 20-30 minute video about what I would really like to see out of PvPvE survival MMO. I have a really crazy idea in my head. Put out a video on it. One of the things I can't quite get right is a system for building castle defenses to defend like relics or items of power or whatever in a realm versus realm like siege PvP environment. And so what I mean by building castles and stuff is for any of you who have played Dark Age of Camelot and who have played the realm versus realm in that, there are castles out in the realm versus realm zone, and some of those castles are relic keeps, and those relic keeps those relic keeps house relics that give buffs to the entire realm that owns them. And the goal in PvP in Dark Age of Camelot was to go steal those relic keeps from the two other factions, and then take them back to your keeps so that you and your team could get even more buffs than just the two relics that you would normally have. So it was kind of this constant war of battling over these relics, and it was actually really fun and really cool. And I liked the system a lot. I liked their system of siege. I think it could obviously be made better now. Dark Age of Camelot is like a 25-year-old game. Maybe even more than that. So there's not any reason to think that that was like the pinnacle of that system. But it was a great start. The problem is that I would like to see this system allow for players to build the keeps instead of the keeps to be prefabricated like they were in Dark Age of Camelot. Because I think that that's a whole nother skill set that I would like to see incorporated into PvPvE MMO survival games. And that is building is a legitimate skill set. And there are a lot of players who are just great builders and who maybe aren't great at other parts of the game, right? Maybe aren't great at PvP, maybe aren't great at PvE, maybe don't really know how to play their characters very well, but they build extremely well, they conceptualize builds really well, and they understand, siege warfare and stuff like that, and how the game systems work and how they can exploit those game systems to have really good defensive stances, their builds. And so I'd love to see, something I harp on a lot is how do you incorporate skill system or skill sets outside of just being good at combat in a game so that there are different players who are the best at different things. And so we want building to be one of those things. And so the question, is a really long-winded way of coming to this question, is how do we make it so that players have the ability to build those keeps without giving players the ability to grieve their own faction? So if you just open it up, free for all, right? And you just say, okay, everybody can build, then out of the, maybe 2,000 people that are in your realm, or, even as many as maybe 10,000 people that are in your realm, somebody is going to be an asshole and just tear shit down. That's just going to be a thing. So how do you stop that from happening without limiting people's ability to access that content? And I don't know. I really, really don't know. I'm thinking maybe some sort of voting system. Ooh. Ooh. So what if everybody could build, but it was sort of this like instanced kind of thing? Instanced player housing, but instanced. Okay. Okay. Hmm. And so I don't know how difficult that might be from a server perspective, like server resource perspective. Instanced player housing is pretty common in MMOs, so it would be very much the same style because people are building that stuff. I don't know. I want to go in here and do my passive point. Those, let's see, shred fire, armor, fire res shred chance per 2 strength, 5, or fire penetration increase.
I cannot do that.
Slay the Temple Guardian. Where you at, Temple Guardian? I am coming to slay you. You shall be slain. I want to kill Temple Guardians. Oh, this dude's the Temple Guardian. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Get it on, dude. You got stupid little rocks and stuff in the way, so my stupid hammers can't keep spinning. Fucking hate this guy. What a dick. I didn't realize I was getting 40 bleeds. I actually don't need to be here anymore. Right. Okay, I'm gonna need for this game to give me the Orvis fight. Can I just fight Orvis, please? What are you doing to me? Going in the cemetery. Killing all the dudes. Get a whole bunch of them together. Come on over here, boys and girls. Here we go. We get the Tomb Dude, Tomb Guardian. That's nice. There we go. No, I don't think you should probably start filtering out yellow loot quite yet. But once you get to monoliths is definitely a time. Because you could find some yellow loot that has a couple of good stats that you want on it. What I would start doing is I would start only showing items that have affixes that you're actually going to use, Gravy. So, for example, in here, I've got a couple of recolors that have just the affixes that I'm looking for. And then up here, because I've got a couple of specific items that I want to change and improve, I'm recoloring items that have two affixes. Yeah, so my belt is looking for um, my belt and my boots are both looking for items that specifically have two exalted affixes of the 4 or 5 affixes that I want on my boots and my belt. So I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go above 6, but I might go above 3. So you can actually do it really, really easy. This one right here is the one that I would copy. It's all armor types. And then the affixes that I've selected are like the health and resistance affixes, because these are the most important defensive stats for me on armors. So basically what I'm doing is I'm recoloring any piece of armor that has at least 2 of my 8 selected affixes, which are all health and resistance, at more than or equal to 6. So since you're just leveling, you might do the same thing where it's all the health and resist affixes that you want, and then it needs to have at least 2 of those because that'll fill up both of its suffixes. But then maybe put it at greater than or equal to tier 3. So that way you only have to put 2 improvements into each of those affixes, and then you get a really good defensive item, and then you can just futz with whatever the prefixes are to help improve your damage or whatever. Big thing early on is survivability. You want to max your resists. You want to, get your health pool up. You want to do stuff like that. Since you're playing exalted affixes or the purple affixes, the ones that are tier 6 or tier 7, you can't manually go to tier 6 and 7. You can only find affixes in tier 6 or 7. And typically an item can only have 2 exalted affixes. I think the Nemesis mods can actually give you more than that, but typically you're only able to get 2. Yeah, now is definitely the time for you to maybe slow down your progression and start learning about the item filter.
Stand down or die.
Hours of Doom! Goodness gracious, I love igniting things. Ooh. Got a boss mob. That's a creepy fat dude. Why do all the creepy fat dudes float all the time? Like in every game. In Path of Exile, Doedri floated. This game, this dude floats. Always floating creepy fat dudes. Going way back in time, Slimer. Creepy fat dude that floated. We only got +1 legendary potential. Sad day. Cocaine miasma. Dude, I hate these guys. I hate the poison ones. This is the opposite of fun. Can I just stand here and do this? Nope. Okay. This is bad. Oh, it's not profane, it's choking. That's why it sounds like cocaine. I definitely thought he was saying profane miasma, and it just sounded like cocaine miasma. I think it's actually choking miasma. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I have no idea what it actually is. I am losing my shit. Cocaine miasma. Okay, where's this freaking boss at? Surely it can't be harder than that freaking. Did a unique lizard just pop out of my treasure chest? What in the hell? Alright, boss. It's time for you to die, woven firstborn. You cannot explode me. I am unexplodable. You will explode. You are going to explode. A one-handed axe. Whatever all these things are. Very nice. Oh, you know what? Actually, a little slot. Don't actually think I want any of those to go in there. Where's Orbis? I almost called him Orberus. Ooh, stash tab. I am so bad about organizing my gear. So bad. Let's go get purple chess pieces. Purple chess piece. The Assassin Shrine.
Stand down or die.
Slay all champions. Hey, I went in the right direction. They're all over this way. Oh, stupid rune thing. Hate those guys. Skipping it. We're skipping it. That one is like way over here, so we're gonna go get these two, and then we'll go around and get that other. Get wrecked, nerd. You a nerdy nerd. That's what I heard. From a baby bird. They told me the word. They weren't even scared. Ooh. Oh, that's for cooldown reduction speed. I saw speed, and for some reason I thought that meant movement speed. Increased elemental critical strike chance. 10 chance to cast fire aura on crit. I really, really want some of these good champion mods on some good pieces. I think champion mods and nemesis bases, some of the coolest things in this game as far as chase items are concerned, because you can really live without them. Right? You can get uniques, you can get LP, you can just get really good, tier 7 double affixes, whatever. But the little bonuses, because it's only a little power boost, right? It's only a couple of % power boost overall. But they're really fun to go for. Make your build as strong as you possibly can. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Where are we going, dude? Okay, this way we go. I just want to fight Orbis. Wretchblade the Doomed. Going to be killed by my hammers of doom.
Skoski says, hey Hermit, how's life, you feeling better? Been lurking for almost an hour now and not given you any smiley face emoji, so here are some for you and chat to enjoy. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, disappointed face emoji, disappointed face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, are good times.
You're a twit. You're a friggin' twit. What's up, Ski? How are you today? Honestly, I think I get more entertainment out of the TTS than anything else. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. That's good times. What a silly goose. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Pretty freaking hilarious, though. Thank you for brightening up my day. Even if it's gonna make everybody else run for the hills. Started a WoW character too on EU, and Jesus, it's hard to survive. Yeah. Yeah. I honestly don't know what it is about Once Human that makes me want to stop playing it. I love basically everything about that game, but for some unknowable reason, I just can't get myself to keep playing it consistently. It's kind of starting to bother me. That's brutal, man. Way of Winter is brutal as hell. Maybe that's the problem for me, Ski, is because I want to stream the game. I want to play it like literally all day, every day, and it's just not a game for that. Um, it might just be better. Well, I don't know. I'll just have to make a whole Once Human channel and just only post videos about Once Human there and not stream at all and just post videos. Yeah, I wish that playing in groups didn't cause me so much stress. In a short duration, it's not that big of a deal for me, I don't think. You know, I had a lot of fun with y'all going through and running those silos and stuff. That was a good time. But like when we were doing Way of Winter, I was just so stressed out while we were all playing together over there because I was stressed about not everybody being able to get on for all of the content, and then we ended up doing the freaking thing without everybody because we had been waiting for so long, and finally just we couldn't get everybody on, and just trying to organize all that crap and trying to make sure that everybody had everything they needed and make sure everybody's stuff was all built and make sure like everything was prepped all the time, and trying to come up with things for everybody to do. And like I was so overwhelmed. Could not deal with it. I hate feeling responsible for other people's enjoyment of things. Drives me insane. Well, so it's not about the loot though. Like, who gives a shit about the loot? It's about the experience. It's about getting to do the. I looked into doing a little bit. That game's gonna fail. A, it's too expensive. I'm not paying $50. It's not happening. Um, well, so that's not true. It's not. No, it is gonna fail. So there's gonna be a couple of things, a couple of reasons it's gonna fail. One of the reasons that it's going to fail is because each Haga Basin, which is the first zone where you build your legit base, is only going to have like 40 people in it, which is great because it means it's not going to be cluttered. It means you're probably going to be able to find, a base location that you really want to put your base in. But the problem is that people want to play with their friends. That is absolutely a non-negotiable part of gaming for a huge, huge, huge number of people. And if the Haga Basin that you join, right? If I get on right when the game launches and I join a Haga Basin, the likelihood that my friends are going to get into the same 40-person Haga Basin as me is fucking minuscule. And if I can't be in the same Haga Basin as my friends, I mean, I don't care. I'm a solo player. They have a system where you can transport to other Haga Basins to go visit your friends' bases and stuff like that. So they think that they've fixed it, but that's not going to be good enough for people. If I can't jump on my bike and drive across the Haga Basin, or I can't build my base right next to my friend's base so that I can see all the bases at the same time, and I can just hop, skip, and jump over there to get to their base, that's going to be a non-starter for a huge population of people. So already, that population of players will not play this game, period. Then you have the fact that all of the advanced resources are in an open PvP zone. And there is no faction warfare. And so you're going to run into the exact same problem that every single guild-based open-world PvP game, literally in fucking history, has run into, and that is that mega guilds will destroy your PvP scene and make it so that 90% of players don't have access to those resources in any sort of reasonable quality or quantity. I don't mind forced PvP. Forced PvP is totally, totally, totally fine if there's a safety net. And that safety net needs to be other players. And this is something that I started thinking about a little yesterday, is you need an opportunity for heroics, right? People think that PvP in those PvP games gets really stale. And the reason they think that is because the best players and the best groups very quickly learn what the best strategies are, and then you're just playing against those strategies. If you don't have a faction warfare system where some ragtag group of casuals might come in and do something totally freaking crazy that nobody expected them to do because it's not the way PvP is done, then you have no room for emergent gameplay. Casual players who don't know what's going on are the people who make crazy shit happen. Right? The really good, the professionals do like the British during the Revolutionary War, right? They line up in their musket line and they fire their muskets, and that's always the way warfare has been done. And that's always the way we're going to do warfare. And that's the gentlemanly way to do warfare. And this is how warfare happens. This is what we do every time. And everybody knows the rules. And everybody knows the plan. And everybody knows the normal strategies. And you stick to that because that's how you get 800 people all on the same page. Is you find the best strategy that the most people can accomplish. And then you just beat that down the throat of the enemy team until you win. But in a faction warfare system where a single person, right, the leader of a guild doesn't have control over everybody on the battlefield, that big guild can be over here doing this normal everyday warfare thing. And then those random casuals who are like, let's go try some PvP, can run out there and do whatever crazy shit they come up with. And the whole landscape of the battlefield changes. And now people are reacting. People are having to, in the moment, change strategies. People are having to fight on multiple fronts. People are having to do all this weird, crazy, different stuff that totally changes the PvP environment. But if you don't have a safety net for those casuals, right? If those casuals can't go and team up with one of those bigger guilds to fight another one of those bigger guilds that's in an enemy faction, then what's going to happen is that small little ragtag group of people are going to go out there to try some PvP, and instead of being able to team up with one of those bigger groups, they're just going to get shit on by all of the bigger groups. Because it doesn't matter what you do. If you're 10 people and you're up against 100 people, you lose. There is no, I don't care if your whole team is Shroud. 10 people don't beat 100 people. Ever. And so you have to have a system where those 10 people are naturally on somebody else's team. And you have to have a system where people can protect other people, right? Ski says, I'm not a fan of PvP in general, so force PvP sucks. 100%. That's so for you, maybe any game with any PvP is not the thing. But there are lots of people out there who are like, I don't mind being around PvP as long as, there's some community involvement. And what I mean by that is if you have a faction PvP system, then if there's some random PvEer out there who just wants to go gather resources and just wants to hang out with the community, maybe they just want to craft things and like talk to people and do stuff like that, then they can go out there and they can do that gathering stuff. And then if they get into a problem, then they can run away. And other people from their faction can swoop in and save them, right? Maybe I'm chilling with a sniper rifle somewhere and I just see some ally running through the desert with, 2 or 3 people chasing them down, trying to kill them. And I've got my sniper rifle out and I just cap a couple of these fools real quick and save that dude. That's like this crazy, fun, emergent gameplay. And that person doesn't know who I am and I don't know who they are. I just know that their name tag pops up as a friendly color, and they've got a bunch of not friendly colors chasing them. That's a cool little open world event for me. Like, can you save this random person? And you cannot have that. You will never get that in a guild-based PvP system. It can't happen. It will never happen. Because that stuff is too organized. And you can't have organization. Right? Chaos breeds entertainment. And casuals are chaotic. You need chaos. Most games have PvE servers only, so if you were just PvP, I would not buy the game. Yeah, so this game is not going to have... You're going to be able to play the game and only PvE. Right? The Haga Basin is a safe zone. There's no PvP there, except for some world events where like planes crash and stuff like that. But that's a big part of the problem, is that's where you get all the resources, right? Plane crashes, resources. The deep desert, resources. And so if you force people to PvP for anything other than the most basic tier of resources, then those players aren't going to want to do anything. And that's another part of the faction system, Skoski, is even a PvE player could go into a PvP zone and mostly avoid PvP if you had a faction warfare system, because your faction could take control of huge swaths of those PvP areas and make them mostly safe. You might get, an infiltrator every now and then who sneaks by the outer line of defenses and maybe goes and griefs some PvE players who are doing some gathering or something. But for the most part, you can make those areas relatively safe and give those PvE players an opportunity to get out there and get resources that they normally wouldn't have access to because they might have to PvP. Now, I don't know what your threshold is. You know, if you get killed once an hour, does that make you want to quit? If you get killed once a day, does that make you want to quit? If you get killed once a week, does that make you want to quit? Right? There's a threshold there somewhere. But I think that threshold exists for every PvE player. Right? There's an amount of being the prey for somebody else that I think is acceptable for people who just want to go go about their life. You know, I'm going to pick this flower, I'm going to craft this thing, I'm going to sell this thing. And as long as the regular moment to moment gameplay is fun, as long as the crafting is fun, as long as the community that I'm a part of through my faction is fun, and as long as, you know, the economy stuff is fun, then um, you know, there's a threshold where most people will be okay. I don't know what the loot situation is, Skoski. Um, Most games that have survival PvP today have full loot PvP. So I don't know if you'll lose your equipment or if you'll just lose your resources or if you'll lose everything, or I don't know exactly what the system is as of right now. But that's the other thing, is I agree with you. If you die, um, well, and so you said, so if it's losing 3 hours of gameplay loot, that gets me, and I agree with that, especially because a lot of times you die more often than that 3 hours. So if there's some sort of a limit, some sort of a percentage, right? Maybe I'm dying once an hour, but I'm losing, you know, 10% of what I've gathered. So I'm losing 6 minutes. Well, that's, you know, I'm gaining 54 minutes of stuff and I'm only losing 6 minutes of stuff. And like, that kind of sucks, but that gives that other person a reason to want to infiltrate the area that my faction has sort of taken over. And and so these systems can all exist in guild-based games, but because guilds are relatively small, it's hard to break into those communities because those communities want the most dedicated, most hardcore players first. And so you have to have faction systems for the casual players because, again, casual players are chaos. That's always been the way it is with games, and chaos creates content. And so I don't see the game going anywhere because you're going to have a guild-based system. You're not going to have a faction-based system. You're not going to have um, good PvE environment because of that, because your PvE only players are going to have literally no defense when it comes to trying to get resources in the PvP zones. You're going to have, you know, basically no casual content. The casuals are going to get past Haga Basin, and this is what's really going to be bad, is the casual players are going to spend $50 on the game. They're going to play 80 to 100 hours to where they're finally like getting out of Haga Basin and ready to move out into the deep desert. They're going to spend 20 hours in the deep desert just repeatedly getting absolutely destroyed by huge bands of players, just huge zergs. Like, you're going to go out there as a solo player, you're going to try to gather some resources, and 50 people are going to kill you. It's going to be absurd. And every single one of those players is going to quit playing. And the people who made the game aren't going to care because they already bought the game. It is going to be a horrible experience as soon as all of those more casual players go out to the PvP zone. They are going to get absolutely trashed. And the game, it's going to follow the exact same trajectory that so many games do. It's getting super hyped. Everybody's excited about it. Tons of content creators are posting about it. Everybody's talking how they're going to want to play. There's going to be 3 to 400K people concurrent at peak. I bet you it gets 3 to 400k concurrent players at its peak, and then it's going to tank down to about 30. And it's going to sit somewhere between 30 and 10,000 people probably for the next year. And it's going to take about 3 or 4 months for that to happen. And it's not going to be because that's just the natural cycle of games. Right? We've gotten too comfortable with saying, well, yeah, every game peaks really high, and then every game starts to dwindle. But it dwindles because the game tries to cater to more people than it can cater to. So I can tell you right now, if you're a casual player, if you don't want to PvP, if you don't want to join a big guild, if you don't want to be a part of a Zerg, not play Dune Awakened. You will get shitted on. 100%. I'm not going to play it. Zero Gravy, the reason nobody's shown any deep desert combat is because it hasn't been in any of the betas yet. They've only been showing Haga Basin because that's all that's been available so far. Most games or servers are not optimized right to begin with, so I can deal with that. I have no problem with that, Ski. I understand it takes a little time to spin up servers. It takes a little time to, figure out exactly how many people you were going to have and all that stuff. Like, it'll be frustrating. But that frustration I know is going to go away because we all know that they'll get it worked out, right? It's not this insurmountable issue that just nobody has ever solved. So, like, it'll frustrate me that the servers aren't doing great, but I'll get over it. The thing that's going to frustrate me the most is they're going to take money from casual players and then they're going to abandon them. And they're just going to let the huge Zergs just shit all over them. I cannot understand. So my favorite PvP game of all time was Dark Age of Camelot. And I don't understand why more games don't just follow their example. They had a faction warfare system. All you had to do was just go out into the PvP zone, and your whole faction was there. Not only that, but there was nothing in the PvP zone, except for PvP. Like, you could get some basic... you could fight some basic enemies and, like, get a little XP and stuff, and find some basic equipment and things like that. But the game didn't really have a gathering system for, like, resources and stuff like that, like a lot of modern MMOs do. So there was no resource out there for crafting equipment that you couldn't just get in the PvE zone. Every faction had their own PvE area. It was completely unique. And so you did all of your gear farming in these PvE zones. You could play that game 100% PvE and have all of the best gear. The same, right? It's the same thing with Elder Scrolls Online. All of the gearing, all of the crafting, all of that stuff all takes place in the PvE zones. The PvP is this sort of other thing. And so I just don't understand why we have this need to lock progress behind PvP. And so the game will be successful enough. And that's really the problem. Is a lot of people are going to buy the game. The game is going to succeed to a degree that it makes a profit. There is going to be enough people who play the game um, for the long term, right? Like the people who really like Ark, the people who really like Albion, those types of players are going to continue to play Dune after its initial launch. And so that game is going to see, and again, 10 to 30,000 continuous concurrent players is a respectable number, right? And so the game is going to ultimately be a success. But it could be a much greater success. And it annoys me that it won't be. Let's go fight this dude. What's up, you ugly mug? Would be interesting to find out if there's a reason why companies don't choose that system. The reason is money, Gravy. If you give players a safety net, if you allow the strongest players on a server to support the weakest players on a server, then you don't apply as much pressure to try and get those weaker players to spend money. Because the other thing that all of these games have in common is that they're pay to win. Throne and Liberty, Albion Online, New World, even though the only real pay to win is its battle pass, still has pay to win elements. Ark is now a very pay to win game. So the moment you allow for a faction system and for players to just naturally have these de facto communities that can support and protect and aid them, then you eliminate their reliance on the system for that support and aid. And normally that support and aid from the system comes at a real money cost. It is 100% about money. Because it is objectively a worse system. The more you isolate a player, the more you make that player have to be self-reliant, then the more pressure you can apply to that player to get them to need to spend money on the game to get the help they need. I'm not quite strong enough to go to this dungeon where I need to go to farm this piece of gear I want or farm this resource I want. Okay, well, I can't really team up with other people because, I'm not in a guild because I don't play long enough to actually be in a guild because I only play a couple hours a week. So the only way for me to gain the power or gain the ability to really go do this dungeon right now to get this resource I need is to spend a little bit of money and gain a little bit of power. So, I mean, it's only $5, right? I'll go ahead and just spend that $5 and then I can go get this thing I want done. And just like they do with the prices of the in-game currencies, where, the cosmetic you really want is 500 rubies, but for $5, you can only buy 400 rubies. So you have to buy 2 packs of 400 rubies and be left over with 300 rubies. But nothing costs 300 rubies, so I'm going to have to spend some more money so that I can, get some more rubies. And so, I spend that $5 and I get the thing that I need. But not only do they stagger, the costs of things, but they also stagger your progression in the game. And I don't think that's nearly talked about enough. When you have games that allow you to buy power in the game, you almost always come up short on your power requirement to move on to the next thing that you would naturally want to be doing, right? So it'll happen in one of two ways. Either you'll get to a level where you can use the next tier of gear, and so you want to start farming the next tier of gear, but you're not quite strong enough in your current tier of gear because you haven't calibrated it enough times, or you don't quite have a good enough set in your current tier to move on to that next tier. So you're at the level, right? You don't want to be playing the same content that you've been playing because you've already been playing that content, so you want to move on, but you can't move on because you're just not quite powerful enough. And so the game sells you that little bit of power to get you to be able to move on again. And the game could just be designed in a manner that allows you to move on at those times, right? It's easy enough to balance that progression to get you the XP, to get you the power that you need, that as you go through the game, you're powerful enough to move on, right? They've been doing that literally since forever. Go back and play any turn-based JRPG from the Super Nintendo era, right? That was solved 30 fucking years ago in the most basic video games that have ever existed. So it's not a question of ability. It's not a question of, oh, well, sometimes some players just aren't quite powerful enough when they get there. No. You intentionally made it so that unless a player spends money or spends an exorbitant amount of time playing your game, they will not be at their power requirement when they reach that point. It was intentional. It is a system of coercion to try to get you to spend money. And it's gross. Let's get some ailment shards.
Stop hunting the harbingers.
We only have 3 left. We've only got 3 harbingers left, y'all. Hell yeah. In Rivals, there's a way to convert those real money coins into 2 different types of coins, which you can gain in-game to buy different types of... Oh my god. Obscurity. Obscurity. That's, again, just a system of coercion. Obscure what it is you have to do. Obscure how much things cost. Make you have to switch types of currency and stuff multiple times. And every time there's another step. Every step in there, they can pull a little bit out, right? So you buy that first little bit. It's $4.99 to get the first little bit of coins, right? You get 500 coins for $4.99. You think, all right, $5, 500 coins, that's great. You can't do anything with those coins. You got to switch them into these other coins. And, 500 of these coins only give you 400 of the new coins. And then, because of that, You can't buy anything with the new coins either because you need 500 of the new coins in order to get the other coin. So now you go back, you buy some more coins, you do the switch again. Now you've got 500 of the old or the new coins, and then they change the amounts you can change, right? So to go from coin to coin, is it a 1-to-1 ratio? Can you just do as many as you want? No, there's probably packs, right? I can only spend 10, 20, or 10, 25, 50, 100 to turn into these other coins. But then when I make that conversion, right, none of the things that I can buy with those coins, none of the cosmetics or whatever, fall into those denominations. So I'm always going to be trading more. And so they suck a little bit out that way. And then maybe I want to make some of the other coins, but those coins aren't cross compatible, right? So as soon as I take my original coin and turn it into one of these other two split coins, I can't turn it back so that I can turn it into the other coin. So any coins that I got that maybe I don't need on one side, right, are now totally lost to me. So if I want to go now get these other types of coins, I've got to go buy more of the first coin because they're not cross compatible. They're not all a 1-to-1 ratio. I can't ever reverse. I can only go in one direction with the transfers or the trades or the transactions. And so now, the intent there is to make you waste money, to make you not just spend money, but spend money in a way that you get nothing out of it, which is easily the scummiest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Because the things that they're selling you don't even cost them any money. At least not per released item, right? So back in the day, you bought a CD, you bought a physical video game, and the physical CD that it was on cost money. And every video game that they produced, right, there was a cost of getting that CD. Now, that cost doesn't exist. And the same thing is true of digital assets, right? If I buy a cosmetic, they don't have to pay somebody to sew that cosmetic every time I buy it, right? There's not a digital artist out there remaking a cape every time somebody buys a cape. That's not how that works. They paid a digital artist pennies to make the cape one time. Now they can sell it an infinite number of times. It's code. It's ones and zeros. It's totally duplicatable. Control V, Control C. Or Control C, Control V. Like, bambo, we're done. So the fact that on top of that, they're trying to get you to spend money that is totally wasted is horrifying. But that's modern gaming. 100%. That's cool. 8% increased health. That's a good one. Yeah, well, exactly. And the more complex they make it, the more people don't realize what's happening. And the more, especially kids, don't understand what's happening. Because, and again, this is horrifying. Most of these things are designed to get 12 to 18-year-olds to spend their parents' money on video games. And so again, right, you're divorcing the person who's playing from the system, right? Because it's not the parent who's buying the currency. It's the kid who's buying the currency. The parent probably doesn't even play the game. Maybe doesn't play video games at all, so doesn't understand the machinations going on to try to make things as expensive as possible, so the children see, okay, this is how much I'm going to need to get this thing. And they, they may know that there's going to be some waste involved, but they've just taken that waste into account as part of the price, right? I have to have at least 600 coins. I can only buy them in packs of 400, so I have to get 800 coins so that I can at least have 600. So the cost is not 600 coins, the cost is 800 coins. And so they're just going to accept that loss. And they're going to tell their parents, hey, I'd really like to get this skin, it's going to cost me $10. And the parents, because the kid got straight A's or whatever, are like, cool, yeah, absolutely, here's $10. And then the kid takes his $10 and he goes and buys the coins, and he gets his $8 skin, and then the company just gets a free $2. So again, you divorce the person with the money from the process, and then you make the process as complicated as possible, and then you target people who are going to be the least likely to understand the system, and you just have a recipe for the most exploitative garbage monetization system you've ever had in your entire life.
Stand down or die.
Oop, I think I said part of that to myself. But it's all crazy. All freaking crazy. The fact that they target children is also just so insane. It's the kind of stuff that, like, the mafia would have done. Right? Like these are mob tactics. When the mafia was big, they charged people protection from themselves. Right, you gotta pay us 10% a month, or we can't guarantee that nothing bad will happen to your business. But they were the ones who were gonna do something bad to the business. The same thing is kind of going on here, like that concept of manipulating the system in a way that puts a person in a position to go against their own interests to get something that they shouldn't need to get from you. Right? So pay to win games especially do this a lot, where they create a problem. They create a barrier inside of the video game. And so I've purchased the video game, and now I'm playing the video game. And then inside of the video game that I should just be able to play because I've purchased it, I've now hit this artificial wall. It doesn't exist for any reason other than the people who made the game made this wall, and now I can spend money for them to move the wall out of my way, when they could have just never built the wall. It's exactly 100% the same logic steps. I'm going to create a problem and then sell you the solution, and then make sure that problem never actually goes away unless you keep buying the solution from me. It's insane. Honestly, I think that the realization that game studios and production or publishing studios and stuff have basically become the modern day mafia. It's probably the most depressing thing that I've ever realized in my entire life. And so, not only that, but also, again, we're going to go back to these PvPvE games. A lot of times you end up with groups of players inside of those games who also very much act like the mafia. For example, in Albion Online, you can create a hideout in the Black Zone, which is the open world full loot PvP zone. And so big guilds take over huge swaths of area, and then they tell people, you have to quote unquote pay rent to live here or we'll blow up your hideout. But it's literally the exact same system, right? Pay us protection money so that we don't hurt you. So not only are game publishers using mafia tactics to try and extract more money from people who play their games, but then they're creating systems inside of their games that promote the use of mafia tactics from one player to another. So it's just this crazy chain of people exploiting each other as a video game. It's insane. It's all insane. Video games are insane nowadays. I almost don't even want to play video games anymore. Holy crap. What a terrible realization. It's really too bad too, because this is like the only thing I have left in my life. It's literally being recorded right now. We're live, dude. We're live. Nobody will ever hear it though. I'm not that popular. Me, you, and Skoski. Like the only people here right now. I think the reason that in these PvPvE games, people don't necessarily recognize the mob-like nature of their interactions with other players is because the game pits those players in an adversarial way. So let's take Albion Online again, for example, where you can put a hideout out in the Black Zone. So because every player is naturally adversarial to any other player outside of their guild, a guild putting a hideout out in a Black Zone area that you control is a danger to you. And so it seems like a way to protect yourself to use these mob tactics, right? To force these people to pay you to get to stay out there, and create some sort of cost to try and force sort of an alliance. Um, and so people start to justify to themselves why it is they're using tactics like this, um, to exert control over certain areas of a video game. The problem is that even though technically these people are adversarial with you, a lot of times they wouldn't have attacked you. Right? And it's the same thing. The mob makes everybody adversarial with them. And so they assume that unless they, keep all of the shop owners under their thumb and stuff like that, eventually somebody might snitch. Eventually somebody might, go to the cops or whatever. And so they exert force and control over the environments around them so that they can move around freely and conduct their business freely within sort of their home court area. Gangs do the same thing. And so those shop owners are not necessarily adversarial with those gangs. Like those shop owners wouldn't necessarily be doing anything to directly harm those mob groups, those gangs, those people doing, not necessarily great things. And in the case of Albion, you're not even necessarily breaking the rules or anything, right? You're playing the video game. And so they've created these adversarial relationships, but it's totally possible for two non-affiliated groups of players to not attack each other. Right? We can just make an alliance and we can just not kill each other. And I don't need to pay you rent to have my hideout near you if we just have an agreement. But there's no non-transactional agreements in those games, right? For some reason, people want to get more out of others, and so they create these transactional agreements where it can't be just, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. It becomes I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone and pay me. And so whoever happens to be stronger sort of starts to funnel away from the weaker groups. And that just kind of snowballs their strength. And I mean, it's very much just mob tactics. And it kills video games. Whether you're doing it with your monetization strategy or you're allowing players to do it to each other inside of your video game or both. People recognize when they're being exploited. I don't think people always recognize when they're exploiting people. But people absolutely recognize when they're being. It gives you an icky feeling, Like I don't want to give up 10% of the resources I farm just so that I can farm resources. That sucks. That feels bad. I want to do that. But the people on the other end are like, we get 10% of this person's resources. We don't even have to do anything. That feels great. That's shit game design. All we have to do is have more people on our team than that person has on their team, so they can't do anything about it. And then they just give us 10% of their stuff. That's awesome. something that really frightens me about video games is how bad their economies are and how many video games claim to hire economists. Like, especially in the MMO space, I think it's fairly common to have a person, preferably somebody with an economics degree, like be in charge of how your economy works. And the fact that every single one of them has always been a broken pile of garbage is maybe the most terrifying thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. You have 100% control of how the economy shakes out. You're literally building the code. And you're telling me that a professional economist can't build something that's fair and stable when they have total control over it? Like, that's not just scary for the video games. That's scary for the world. I'm not a professional economist, but I've played a lot of video games. I've been a part of a lot of video game economies. They all suck. A lot. I don't know that I've ever played an MMORPG where I was like, wow, the economy in this game is so rewarding and fun. Instead of thinking, wow, I can't believe I have to grind another 16 hours to gain the 2 gold pieces that I need to buy this stupid piece of equipment. And then by the time I get the 2 gold pieces, inflation has raised the cost of that item by 3 gold pieces. That's a little hyperbolic, obviously. But still, it stands. Video game economies suck. Especially, video games do this weird thing where they try to make in-game economies into these, like, investment simulators where keeping liquid currency is bad and buying resources and things that might appreciate in value in the future is good and playing the markets is fun, but you don't have any skills related to playing the markets. It's just all about market manipulation and what would ultimately be fraud in the real world. And that's weird. I'm really, really looking forward to the day a video game has an economic skill system, an economic skill tree, and not a garbage one like this game. So, this game actually does have an economic skill tree. But if you look at it, let's go item factions. Let's go kill this enemy real quick. So I'm not saying that this game should have an economic skill tree, because it really shouldn't. But this is the economic skill tree of this game. And it's all to do with how much you interact with the faction system, with the Merchants Guild system. And all it does is, as you get further and further along this rank level in your Merchants Guild, you can just buy better and better equipment. So you just have to play the game to eventually actually be able to buy certain types of equipment, which is fine. What I'm looking for is some stuff, some skills that legitimately change the market. And so a game that would actually really, really benefit from this is Albion Online. Because they have markets that are separate from each other, and they have them all over. And so having some sort of skill system where you can change what's being shown on those market boards, or change how those things are being shown, or change access to those market boards. Right? What if there were skills that could completely shut down a market for a brief period of time, or change a market? Right? What if I could create even just a chance for somebody to see the Thetford market inside of Fort Sterling instead of the Fort Sterling market? And so when they bought items, they would buy items off of a different market and maybe end up paying a greater price. Or, what if I could put my item at the top of the list, or make every item that was cheaper than mine invisible for 5 minutes? Like, it doesn't have to be very long. Or create portals to distant markets, right? There are markets out in the black zones that never get used because they're literally in the middle of nowhere, and so nobody goes out there to buy anything from them. If you could temporarily create a portal out there, list a bunch of stuff, and then create a portal, those markets would get used way more. Or create, maybe not even a portal, right? You don't necessarily want people to be able to travel out there. So just create a temporary market board, and maybe you could create it anywhere. Choose any city, choose any open world zone or whatever. You just drop a market board so that people can go access that market from a remote place for a certain amount of time. I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. But there are no market-based skills in video games. And yet, one of the greatest draws to MMOs is economy. People love to gain currency in video games. Like, so much. Goodness, I've been on my soapbox a whole lot today, haven't I? Oh, that wasn't the last one. Got one more. Got one more. I don't think we're going to be able to get all 3 of these Harbingers today. I think it's going to take like 2 hours each.
Stand down or die.
Gross. So sad. I think we're gonna go get this so that we can maybe see where Oribus might be. Plot our path a little better. Plot our path a little better. Alright, an arena. Arena! I sit, I wonder why, oh, why you left me, oh Sandy. Bye bye, Cereza. Crystal Hiss. Really do love the original Spider-Mans. Spider-Man. Well, I say the original. I mean the original from my generation. I don't know if there were Spider-Man movies way back in the day. Good old Tobey Maguire. I dig it. I'm so glad that they came back from or for No Way Home. We got all three of the Spider-Mans all working together. That movie was so freaking wholesome. Oh my god, so good. So freaking wholesome.
Stand down.
So I have a 4LP Keeper's Glove, which is the glove that makes the bees. And I'm thinking of maybe making that my next build. I have to like find a good bee build. At least come up with something. I don't know exactly what to do with the bees. There's a way to help the bees or benefit the bees other than just straight up bonuses to minion stuff. Let's see. Let's see what bee related things there are. But a 4LP Keeper Glove seems like just a sign that I should make a bee build. Right, conquered this bad boy. Let's see what's in store for us over here. There is no Orvis anywhere in sight. How absolutely depressing. Don't really know which way to go here. Let's go up towards this purple helmet. Ourselves some exalted helmets. I like exalted helmets. I like exalted anything. I think exalted is probably one of the greatest mechanics. The crafting system in this game, just in general, is really good because it's very deterministic. You know, it allows for a little bit of RNG, which, you know, allows you to make use of the massive quantity of items that get dropped. But it has enough determinism and it has enough options, right? The glyph system and the rune system and the affix system really come together to form a system that feels like I have a lot of agency in choosing the path I want to choose towards making my item. Especially when it comes to what my item is going to look like if I don't succeed. Right? Because in this game, crafting, when you fail a craft, doesn't typically brick it. And so because it's so nice to get those little incremental growths in your character, the crafting system in this game really promotes finding a path to getting an item that is at least better than the item that you're currently wearing. And so instead of just using whatever means you can to make the item that you're crafting the best version of itself that you possibly can, because when you do that, you run a much higher risk of just bricking the item. You instead get these alternate paths that maybe aren't the most efficient path to potentially the absolute best that an item can be, but are maybe just a little bit better than the item that you have currently equipped. And maybe there's a little bit more of a guarantee that you're going to get there. And so it's really, really fun to interact with. I really, really like the crafting system in this game. Like, so much. I think it requires legitimate skill to be good at crafting in this game. And that's something that I think is really important. Having skill sets outside of playing your character. And maybe that's why I like ARPGs so much, is because not only is playing your character a skill set in these games, but also building your character is a skill set in these games. And so honestly, my all-time favorite, or like my peak MMORPG, would probably be some sort of ARPG style build system. I think MMOs today are way too linear with character progression, and I think they're way too narrow with character progression options. I know that ARPG systems would be extremely hard to balance, especially for PvP. And so, you know, I understand why MMOs don't necessarily have the variety of potential skill outputs. But I really would love to see a system that was a little more ARPG-like in the way we build characters in MMOs. Oh, I've already beaten this one. I can just travel. Whoopsie. Why did I grab this? Is this actually going to do me any good? Probably not. No? Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Change it all. Ooh. Damage over time, elemental damage, block chance, stun avoidance. Let's hit a health. No health. Ain't that about a biatch? Alright. And one more time. This is interesting. We got damage over time. We got elemental damage over time. We got health and added health regeneration, which isn't really what we want. This hits health. Hell, you suck. That was super fun anyway. Super fun anyway. And we got a bunch of stability out of it, which means we can just go fight this boss a couple of times. Pretty quick. So let's go fight this dude. Don't remember which one this is. Is this Reign of Dragons? I think this might be Reign of Dragons. It is Reign of Dragons. Is this Buttface? What's up, Buttface? Alright, I could just eat that. This is actually going to be a pretty easy fight for me. I'm going to actually have to dodge that breath attack. We'll do that from now on. But I'm not going to have to dodge his big slam. I'll just do that. So I don't ever have to run out to the edge of the map. Which means I'm going to be real safe. It's going to be real good for me. He punches pretty hard. That's okay. I love Rebuke. It's the most hilarious thing in the entire world. To just eat big old attacks. I mean, I'm going to be able to eat that attack at 500 corruption. And it's really going to entertain me. I'm going to be entertained. Are you not entertained? Boom. Doesn't freaking matter. You have 300 ignites. Going up to 400 ignites. Almost hit 500. Ooh, it's over 500. Oh, almost hit 600. Dang, dude. You're getting murked. Critical avoidance, chance to bleed. Poison damage. Poison resistance. So I think we have something that is changing our chance to bleed into chance to ignite. Maybe not, though, because I am getting a lot of bleeds. Should I take crit avoidance? Poison damage, chance to shred poison resist. Ooh, I could get poison resist. Which would mean being able to take off some poison resist. Where's my poison resist coming from? 29 there. Is it seriously where all of my poison resist comes from? I can just take the poison resist off of this. Doesn't even matter. How do I just have all the poison damage or poison resist I need? It doesn't seem remotely reasonable. Okay, well, we can just take the poison resist off of this, which is great. Guess I probably have some poison resist on some of these. There's 12 there. So if I take off that and that 29, okay, so we're not gonna add a ton of poison resist. We don't need to do that. So I think we're gonna do chance to bleed because we have a little bit of bonus bleed damage. I don't think we have. Yeah, we don't have any bonus poison damage really. So this isn't a great option. That'll put us over 200% chance to bleed. We get some good blade stacks in there. It'll be fun. Dragon Flame Edict. Chance to ignite on minion hit. Increased minion fire damage. Fire resistance. Damage reflection. Chance for the nearest minion to the target location to cast Dragon Flame Nova when you use a minion skill. Dragon Flame Nova. Retention, ward gained on kill. Every 3 seconds, your ward is consumed, granting a stack of demise per 13 ward consumed. Each stack of demise grants each stack of demise grants 10% bleed chance up to 200%. Each stack of demise grants 1% increased bleed duration. Interesting. Twisted Heart of whatever. Percent of current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. 8% of current health converted to ward when you directly cast an elemental skill. +1 necrotic spells, +1 elemental spells, +11 strength. Cast speed. Actually pretty good. I poached it. I was supposed to bring a needle with me. I suck. I suck at everything. talking to myself. Whoops. Whoopsie. Every day is exactly the same. Minion dodge rating. Ooh, legendary potential. 24% of missing health gained on potion use. Onto acid flask. Increased area of effect with acid flask. Increased poison damage plus $3 attribute. Might have to make an acid flask build. Ooh. Ooh. 16 to Cinder Strike melee damage per level of falconry while unarmed. 3% increased Cinder Strike area per level of falconry while unarmed. While unarmed, your falcon's hits grant Cinder Strike. For melee damage and 1% increased area per second. Plus 4 Cinder Strike, plus 3 Falconry. 26% increased melee attack speed, plus 16 melee fire damage for you and your minions. Building a falconry build. It's official. Next build oh no, this is softcore. Gosh. Of course, by the time I get here, I'll probably die, and then I'll get to use it. Also, I'm thinking about making these builds that I'm going to make solo self-found. Not 100% sure. Now, I'm definitely going to do solo account found because solo self-found sucks. I think the incorporation of solo account found has been a wonderful idea. The last thing that I think this game really needs to improve to make it just like the all-time greatest ARPG of all time is the stash system. We're still using a super old stash system from Diablo 1 days. Granted, you didn't have stash tabs back in the day. Still just a super old garbage stash system. And it's time for us to evolve beyond that. But we don't even necessarily need to move beyond like physical items sitting inside of our stashes. But I seriously think, and we talked about this a few days ago, if they just set up the stash tab priority system to be the same as the loot filter system, where I could specifically dump certain loot filters worth of items into certain stash tabs so that I could be building multiple builds at a time and I could be, you know, getting everything that I want to shatter into one loot box and I could be getting, you know, all this other stuff into one. That would be much, much easier and would allow me to much more quickly deal with my loot. I think that's it. I think if they, you know, do something like that, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly that. Although I think exactly that is the right play. This would be easily the greatest ARPG of all time. There would be no contenders. There would be no pretenders. Just win. I think we're going to go up here again so that we can get this again. So we can see if we can find a Futhermuckin Oribus fight. Because, good gracious, I just want to kill an Oribus and get my points and be happy. What are we doing on this one? Locate the storm cave. Locate and annihilate. You have been designated for destruction. Gonna go kill all the people in their face. All the people. Hit them with hammers. The Shrine of Souls. That one confuses me because I don't even actually know what it's doing. Just every now and then it explodes for no reason.
Stand down or die.
Jeez. How far away this thing is. Come over here, thing. Mr. Thing. You not scary. You not scary. Gonna die. Boop. Hey, there's a Shrine of Oribus. Gonna go kill Oribus. Gonna get him right in his face. I only have to be in 250 this time, so I don't even have to fight the boss again. So I'll use a needle next time again. And that'll help me get closer to 300. And then I'll do my 275, and then I'll do my 300, and then it'll be Aberoth time. I think I'm probably just going to go straight in there. Just fight that fool. Probably going to get me. But I don't know. I don't know.
Stand down or die.
Stand down or die.
I cannot do that.
Gotta go find the beacon. Dude, these crows are so annoying with the cawing. Shut your face, dude. Nobody cares. You're just a crow. You don't matter. Close your beak. I say as I incessantly open my beak. I think y'all care about what I have to say. Do me a favor and don't tell me if you don't care. Devil. destroy my confidence.
Stand down or die.
Correct. All right. Be more than enough. Let's clear this thing. What you got, Orvis? What you got? Got nothing. You ain't got shiznit. I feel like my damage really went up. I don't think my damage has changed. We just putting a whammy on fools. Nothing better than just standing around eating attacks in the face. You're supposed to dodge all of this stuff. It's supposed to kill you. Especially, I mean, we're almost at 250 corruption, which isn't like some absurd number or anything. That's getting up there, man. We're doing it. We're definitely supposed to be dead. We're just standing here like this. But I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. House. Little explodey things are gonna hurt. Gotta get back some mana. Scratch the top of my head. Why do I resist? Why do you resist? I'm winning this fight. You're the one who should just lay down your acid breath. I'm gonna say sword, but you're not carrying a sword. Acid breath it is. Just lay down your acid breath. Call it quits, dude. You're not gonna win this fight. Hey, 2-star last laugh. For a 2 legendary potential. Get another tab. Confirm. Boop, 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 boop. Just putting all the crap in there. Okay, I should be able to just do this now and fight this Harbinger. So let's fight this Harbinger real quick. And then we're gonna take a pee break. Maybe get some more food. Because I just had a little bowl of rice and now I'm hungry again. I'm fat. Alright, Mr. Easy Dragon. Come over here. Come over here and get your whooping. Come over here and get your whooping. Boop. Boom. Victory is mine. Gonna give you a big ol' whooping. And there isn't anything you can do. Oh no. Don't explode. You explode, I just have to block. That's the game, boys and girls. Not really. It's that fight. Alright, now we get a fat guy. What's up, fat guy? Alright, we're gonna look at what he can do. Gonna block things that we need to block. Apparently I don't need to move out of the way for that. That's nice. Don't need to move out of the way for that. Can I eat this? Ooh, I can eat that. That's hilarious. Probably don't want to eat that. But I wanted to hang on just in case this guy does this other big bad attack. Which is like the big AoE explode. It doesn't look like he's going to though, so I'm gonna block this. And we should be able to do this without really having to move. Unless I get hit by one of these purple things. He's spawning these little purple things right on top of me a lot. Block. You suck. You get blocked. I kill you. Get blocked some more. You know what I love about these hammers is they make getting out of those dots pretty easy. Because they're always going to be hitting and they're still helping me, you know, gain health and stuff like that while I'm moving to get out of the dots damage. Which is, I think, very important for being able to survive those dots. I'm pretty sure that I could just stand in them and heal through them, but they are significantly reducing my sustain when I do that. Ooh, too many of those hit me, and I lost my symbols. Which is fine, you know, I get them back pretty quick, but gotta be careful. I can just eat all the rest of these slams, I can just eat all the rest of these moves. I really only have to move when he gets the little purple dots on me. And I gotta block when he does the multi-person attack. Although I don't think technically I have to block this. I think it's the move that's gonna kill me the most in the future. But I should probably get used to it, because if I ever come and fight these guys on like... Ooh, that hurt. Probably that was a crit. If I ever come and fight these guys on like 1,000 corruption or something for some reason though. A, I'm probably gonna have to dodge a lot more attacks. And B, I'm gonna need to be in the habit of blocking that. Because it'll kill me. Of course, I guess it's an attack that I can fairly easily just walk out of. I don't suppose I really need to use my block on that, and I could probably concern myself with blocking maybe the red slam or something like that, because I move slow enough that I think that red slam actually might get me in the future. So that might be the one that we decide to block later on. I don't really know. I'm just kind of swinging hammers at things, you know? Hug, swing, hammer. Don't see a ton of point in worrying my pretty little head about it too much. I do like when I need to block things as part of, you know, because like the female harbingers, I don't ever really use the rebuke. Because of that, I run out of mana against them. But I have to use it. Really helps me maintain my mana. Makes the fight a little smoother at the end. Right, what blessing do we want? What do we have? We have 70% chance to bleed. So, crit strike avoidance, chance to shred poison resist, product damage, chance to slow on hit, melee damage leeches life. I don't do any melee damage. Honestly, I kind of want to slow on hit. Heal, oops. Let's go ahead and do that. I get my needle. I get my dragon flame. Get my event horizon. 53% penetration against all resistances with melee damage. When you use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy, you gain a stack of dilation up to 10. 15% more melee damage per stack of dilation. 5% less attack and cast speed per stack of dilation. 5% less movement speed per stack of dilation. All stacks of dilation are lost when you use evade. 15% more damage to slowed enemies. 12% increased movement speed. So here's the deal. This is an absolutely bonkers guard weapon. Hold on. Hold on. Smelter's Wrath has a 0.9 second cooldown. Channel to charge a powerful frontal cone attack, dealing fire and physical damage to all enemies hit. Charging for longer increases its range and 2-second maximum charge time. So, so. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, this build would be so good. This build would be so good. So I already just stand around and eat shit anyway. And with Rebuke,
I told you. Thank you.
or not even with
Just for
Rebuke,
helping find the harbingers.
as far as boss killing goes,
Listening to me.
this could also be a great vengeance attack. Because bosses don't hit you all that often. But probably Smelter's Wrath would be more consistent. What's the time on here? doesn't seem like these stacks have a time limit. Use a melee attack, hit at least one enemy, gain a stack of dilation. Doesn't say gain a stack of dilation for X number of seconds. The only way you seem to be able to run out of dilation stacks is when you use evade. Up to 70% penetration against all resistance. My God, that weapon is good. Holy we're building something with this. I don't know what it is yet, but it's a forge guard. It might even involve using this shield because the increased mana cost. There is something, an item or something that does more damage based on the mana cost of skills. I don't know if it's a skill or an item or what, but there's definitely something in there. What does Forge Strike taste? Okay, so Forge Strike also has cooldown. Melee attack that hits all enemies in an area in front of you. 25% chance on hit to summon a forged weapon, which lasts for 20 seconds. Is affected by the stats and attack rate of your weapon. You can control up to 6 forged weapons at once. The stats and attack rate, my weapon. I wonder if they would get the penetration or if it's just the base stats, just the implicit stats, or if it's also the explicit stats, or the affixes. Because if they also would get the penetration, this would be an incredible Forge Strike build. Just smacking hard, having lots of other hammers come out and smack hard. I like it. I like it so much. Alright, we gotta do Spirits of Fire and the Age of Winter. We're freaking done. And here we gotta get to 275. Be easy. Real easy. We wanna do... Let's do Hira. Freaking hate this boss. Oh, hang on. Hang on. This only loses stacks of dilation when you use evade. This is a shield rush build. It's slowing your attack speed, and it's slowing your movement speed. But shield rush can have its cooldown removed. Shield rush ends, your mana is restored. Now you had shield rush now has a 10 cooldown. Shield rush no longer has a cooldown, but costs health in addition to mana to use. Okay. Okay. So shield rush no longer requires a shield. Hits deal additional base void damage, but shield rush costs more mana. I wouldn't use this because I'd want the shield. But I think I do want this, and then I think I just want to slam into things over. Like this, what I'm trying to build is like a really good boss killer build. With this massive ass hammer. Because I just want to stand there and beat the fuck out of things. With an enormous hammer. You can get 150% more melee damage with 10 stacks of dilation. So what you want to do is honestly, you want to stack it up quick, and then you just want to start bringing the hammer down. So maybe even rocking something, you're lessening your attack speed, but Rive is 3 consecutive attacks, so you could scale the Rive into attack speed, and then just bap, bap, and then have your 10 stacks, and then just start walloping people. Oh man, that sounds like fun. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The reason I really want this to be a Forge Guard is because I want the shield. Because the shield is going to be there to make sure that you can actually stand and toe to toe and tank all of the enemies. But we're building this. This is happening. We might even just convert this character. I'm not really 100% sure. But seems like hell of a good time. Just mollywop people. Because that's what I'm about. I'm about standing there, getting punched in the face, and punching them in the face harder. There's something really satisfying about that because that's the boss thing, right? Bosses have a lot of hit points and they hit really hard. And so to beat them, normally you have to evade their attacks and be better than them. But if you can take the boss on by doing the same strategy, right? By standing there and just eating attack after attack after attack, and then just punching them right back in the face. That is a good build. It's all well and good to hop around and be all jumpy and haha, you can't hit me so I win. But F that. I want to stand there getting punched in the mouth and just toe for toe it. We're gonna do it too. And that hammer is the ticket. That's the weapon right there. Best weapon in the game. A show.
Stand down or die.
I bet nobody uses that weapon. I bet everybody hates that weapon because it kills your move speed. Dragon Song. I think that's good for one of the builds. But I don't really need any of that stuff. We're just going to banish that. I don't play bows. The other thing that that hammer might be good for is maybe for good dire bear swipe build or bear transformation swipe build. And just stand there and beat on stuff with your bear. But I honestly think it's a better Forge Guard build. Oh, I left before I finished the mission. Stupid. Alright, I gotta go use the restroom and get a little more food in me anyway. Maybe get my blanket. It got cold in here all of a sudden. Down to the 60s today. What's up? All right, we back. We just got 2 more of these bad boys. And then we gonna be done. We're gonna get to fight Aberoth. Which is very exciting. Let's take a little peek-see here. Sorry, I banged my mic. What we've got, because I don't actually know what all these do. Harbinger Needle drop chance, twice as likely. Maximum forging potential gained from empowering a nemesis increased by +6. That's huge. Definitely want to be empowering some of those if we see some bases that we want. Even if they don't have like a lot of the affixes we want. More forging potential just means re-rolling more, which means better chances. Glyph of Envy drops. We've been getting a lot more Glyph of Envies. That's important. Nemesis Sealed Affix upgrade. The tiers of sealed affixes added by empowering a nemesis are 15% higher on average. That's probably why that person got weapons on a single item, because their sealed affix from a nemesis was so higher. Days of Oribus bonus corruption. Ooh. Only +1, but that's pretty good. Oh, blessings are lucky now. Nice. Harbingers, including Aberoth, are twice as likely to drop their specific uniques. And slaying a Harbinger grants 1 additional. So I'm going to be able to push this corruption pretty good. Which is pretty exciting. I'm so excited about the end game of this game. I'm also very excited that it took me 10 days to get here. Right, and I'm not even all the way to like Uber Aberoth yet. It's still going to take me probably all tomorrow to get to where I even get an opportunity to try and fight him and see how that goes. Probably going to go poorly. We're actually going to go down the glyph path anyway. I want glyphs of despair and stuff out here on softcore. Let me get resituated. Because I'm old, fat, and lazy, so I actually game like totally reclined back in my chair. Keyboard in my lap, just a complete piece of garbage. It's also probably why I'm not great at video games. If I sat up, had a little bit better posture, put my hands and stuff in a position. So like, especially with shooters and stuff, all of my mouse movement is with my wrist. And I've always played shooters that way my entire life. But you know, all the pros, except for a very small number, use big mouse pads and, you know, like move their entire arm from the elbow when they start moving horizontally, and move their whole arm from the shoulder when they start moving up and down, because the amount of real estate you can cover and still be on somebody's head is significantly greater there. So clicking and stuff is just quite a bit easier that way. I play with a fairly high sensitivity, and I just barely move my wrist around. I should probably adjust that. I should probably sit up straight, get my feet planted, you know, get my keyboard out in front of me, get it off my lap. But we're probably not going to do that. In fact, if anything, my next chair will probably just straight up be a recliner. So that I can just be super comfortable. I'm curious about this offhand. The Kuko may permanently change into a random exalted enemy or item when the nearby enemy dies. Ward on kill, ward decay threshold, strike avoidance, increased dodge rating. So might. I can only use the two. That's weird, but I kind of want to use it so I can see what the fuck happens. I hate killing exiled mages with this build. Thank God I'm only at 100 corruption in this zone, but they have such a small hitbox. It's so obnoxious. Want to punch myself in the face. Right. Give me 150, put me a little over 250. Then I'm going to use a needle. I kill the boss. Probably just going to go ahead and glyph these. Honestly, I don't really feel a need to like go through these timelines and stuff. So I'm going to glyph this one after I do this Orbis. I'm going to needle it. Then I'm going to glyph it again and finish it. Then I'm going to go Orbis the next one, which should take me straight up to 300. And then I'm going to glyph it, and I'm going to kill the boss. Then we're going to go fight freaking What's his nuts? Aberoth? We're gonna murk that fool. Learn his attack patterns a little bit. Maybe kill him a couple of times just for grins. And then we'll start working towards 500 corruption so we can fight Uber Aberoth. Because I definitely want to kill that fool. What the hell are you doing? You're gonna miss me with all of those. I didn't move, you just missed. Dude, I'm getting so many of these Siphon of Anguish rings. They just are everywhere. Alright, we're at 259. We need to get to 275. So we're gonna need to get another gaze. Goodness gracious. So let's get into the stash tabs here. Let's find the needle that we need, because I got a couple. Search. Ah. Okay, I know I've gotten more than one needle. Where's my needles at? There's one, I guess. Do I seriously not have any more needles? Must have gotten them on... Oh, there they are. Why aren't they showing up? Ah, well. Alright, we need probably 2 more envies. Back in here. Get another random item that I can envy. Whoops, wrong button. Mid removal. I want these vengeances. Well, crap. I pooched it. That's kind of interesting, though. You should watch, apparently, while you go through randomly envying things for some special stuff that you might want. And then use your runes of removal to get them out. Kind of a crazy thought. But let's get in here. Let's fight this fool. Good old Hierot. So the only thing I really have to worry about with this dude is when he goes to do his little dashy move. Can I please summon hammers? Thank you.
Do not stand in my way.
Probably don't have to block any of that. Yeah, the only time I'm going to be worried is when we actually get into the part of this where we've got the crazy ice bullshit around us.
The rage of winter. This is a mercy.
Exactly, this crazy ice bullshit.
Do not
Now he'll start doing his little run around move. I don't want to have to deal. Honestly, I can take that damage pretty good too. Okay, so I got time. I'm good. I am I am not worried. I can pretty much just eat all of this guy's attacks. And just very slowly move around however I might feel. Definitely not taking too much damage here. And I'm at 250 corruption here. I mean, I know that a lot of people push a lot of their builds up to the, 1,000, 1,500 range. And I know that's really kind of the goal. But I feel pretty good about being able to just tank these bosses when I get to them with this build. That's very, very comforting. And it's not something that has anything to do with the skill that I'm using. It has everything to do with the specialization, the mastery. So it's basically just the Forge Guard. He's a fucking meat stick. And he can just stand here and eat whatever he wants. And I'm not even as beefy as I could be, right? I could have a lot more armor. I could have really a lot more of a lot of things. I don't even have all the way max resistances. I mean, I'm close. We're not there. So, not as good a armor as we could get. Not as good a not as good of resistances as we could get. We could get more block effectiveness. We could get more healing effectiveness. We could get some parry chance. We could maybe get some dodge chance, and all of those things would cut into our DPS a little. But I feel pretty good about our DPS. So I really am just concerned with blocking things. Taking as little damage as I could. I did not realize that I had 79% block chance. That was a surprise to me. It comes from some stuff that happens while I'm fighting, so I don't always have a 79% block chance. But I assume that, 79% block chance with 58% block effectiveness on top of 73% armor and max resist. Just really putting in a lot of work. I didn't quite realize, or mostly max resist, but I didn't quite realize I was so tanky. That was a fun realization. Ooh, okay. This is a tough one. Do I want to take 50% increased armor or 6% block chance and 200 block effect? I feel like I think that was the play. Stormbreaker, some sort of bow. Faith of the Frozen. Health gain on freeze, health gain on block, cold resist, cold damage taken on block. You like that reduced cold damage taken on block? Warcry is converted to cold. Warcry no longer knocks enemies back. Warcry. Warcry is not a Sentinel skill. Gotta be a Primalist skill, right? Health regen. Melee cold. Julia's Path, increased healing effectiveness, fire resistance, necrotic resistance, endurance, speed. Maelstrom base damage converted to necrotic. Maelstrom is cast from any source. Your minions gain bullshit. Cool. Let me look at this staff too. Melee lightning damage with chance to shock on hit. 19% of lightning damage leached as health. This is interesting. I honestly think I'd like to play this with the Spellblade. Who knows? Who knows? Yo, there's a shrine in here. I might have to pay more attention. They're gonna give me shrines to fight bosses with. I'm gonna have to go ahead and make use of those. Also, apparently, boss shrines travel with you through zones, which is not typical shrine behavior. In multiplayer, anyway. In single player, it is. Not in multiplayer. I'm really confused by that. I wonder why that happens. What was I gonna do? I've gotta push to Orbis again. And then I've gotta kill Orbis, and then I fight the boss. Okay, so I was just gonna level up to get to the boss, but that's not actually what I need to do. I need to fight my way to Orbis again. Let's go this way. Hopefully it won't take too many of these. Because I've got stuff that I need to get all the way to 300, should actually be really quick to get to 300 on the next. I'll be a little bit above 300 here when I fight Orbis. I should get 48. I'm already at 259 plus 6. So I should get 54 plus 9, so 63. So that'll put me at 313, hopefully. That'll be enough to put me over 300 on the first Orbis fight. This is why the needles are really important. And I did this really, really suboptimally because I wasn't using the needles. Because the needles give you an extra 50. Or, sorry, an extra 24. Nope. Extra 36. There you go. In a single fight. Oh, actually, I'm going to get 4 more. So I'm actually going to be up to 317. Got that bonus now. The Gaze of Orbis. Anyway, but so they're giving you an extra 36 every time. And it only takes an extra 25 to get to the next Harvey. So as soon as you get your first needle, if you just go ahead and start using them, you're going to get yourself out ahead. And that's really going to be valuable. Between that and the glyphs, things are pretty crazy. So, just trying to look at this ring is a super huge reason that I don't die. Tankiness of this character is a super huge reason I don't die very often. And that's really it. So what I want is I want to be able to duplicate that as frequently as possible with the Sentinel. Because I think the Sentinel is the only way I can race. I don't think I have the ability to race in last Epoch with a build that requires me to dodge attacks. Will die. Will happen. Am back. was talking to myself again. Goodness gracious. I was just talking about how I may need to change my rebuke specialization. I don't really think that the healing and stuff on it is actually doing me any favors. Don't feel like I actually take very much damage when I'm in the rebuke state. So I don't really feel like... Goodness, I'm trying to die here. Can't get out either, goodness gracious. That was crazy. Killing blow did 8 damage to me. Yeah, that was just too much poison and stuff in there. That was real freaking funny. Real cute game. Real fucking cute. I am so excited to maybe use this hammer. So I need to look up a couple of things. Number one, have to have this. So it's a 7% chance to get it if I Rune of Ascendance it. Which means that it would likely take me like 15 runes of Ascendance would be the expected rate to get one. Now that doesn't include, it is a common drop normally. So there's a chance that I'll just get it from a Nemesis or something like that beforehand. But we would be relying pretty heavily on getting that for my tankiness. Symbols of Hope is just too powerful to not be able to cast automatically like that when I'm in a bad situation. And that's just so good. Ooh, that's the other thing, is upping my endurance threshold would go a long way in making me more tanky.
Stand down or die.
Not that I'm particularly worried at this point. I think I'm pretty fucking tanky. But that might be like the next thing I'm after. Try and maintain where I'm at. As far as like HP and some other stuff. And then maybe try and get that endurance threshold up to, 1200. If I could get it up that high. I don't know how hard that'll be. But if I could get that endurance threshold up and bump that last 10% of endurance, where I take 70% less damage instead of 60, because that's on top of all the other reductions that I have, I think I would be really hard pressed to get taken down. It's 1200. It'd make me pretty friggin' tank. Pretty tankalicious. Let's go, Primeval. You can try and burp fire at me all day, dude. Scared of you? Well, yeah. Locked. Get some. Harbinger nearby. Let's go get this. I love Harbingers. Pretty sure I've got the one now. Maybe not? The Apocalypse Plate. Ooh. 13% of armor mitigation also applies to damage over time. That can go up to 24%. We have melee attack speed, which is meh. We have potion health converted to ward, which is meh. And we have 2 resistances, which are both very meh. But let's hit the empower button anyway. So that... Oh, I hate this one. Cocaine miasma. I'm gonna make a short. Later today, actually. That's why I zoomed in on that right there. Probably try and readjust or something on the next one a little. But I want to get like a close-up of it saying cocaine miasma. And I'm going to make a little short and I'm going to loop it. I'm going to put up there cocaine miasma, propane miasma, profane miasma, choking miasma. And then, you know, like, put in the comments which one you heard. Because I think that'll be funny. I'm starting to get kind of killed over here. I'm not really paying attention. I should maybe start doing that. It's a lot of these champions are just way more deadly than even the bosses. And I think it's because you have to kill the bosses for progression. And you can just circumvent the champions. So they don't really care that sometimes you can't kill the champions. Or that sometimes they kill you. But honestly, it makes it so that stuff like the glyph trick with havoc glyphs or whatever that give you all the extra stability for the monolith is honestly probably a safer way to get through your monolith progression if you're on hardcore than actually going through and clearing the monoliths, because you don't have to fight the crazy ass champions. That might just be something that I start paying a little more attention to. What champions am I vulnerable against? It's primarily damage over time. I think that's the case for everybody. Damage over time sucks. So anybody who burns, anybody who poisons, any of that crap hurts. Which is why I'm probably going to start using those gloves. Being able to get 13% of your armor to work for your damage over time. And it looked like it went up to 24%. And I have, 73% reduction armor. So 25% of that is 15 to 20%. More than that? About 20%. So crazy. I could be taking 20% less damage from dots right now if I had a good pair of gloves like that. And that's what I want. I want to take less dot damage. Fuck dots. Insta blind, critical strike multiplier, increased fizz damage. Insta shred armor on melee hit. Take away that increased stun damage. It's actually a decent little spear. Do you know what is singularity? Yeah, that it's a unique idol. I have one in my hardcore tab. I have one here. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I've got the item thing pulled up right now. Let me check it real quick. Singularity. Singularity. 8 to 20% more hit damage if you have only one singularity equipped. You cannot deal critical strikes. Yeah, so you can only equip one, and then you can get somewhere between, depending on what the modifier percentage is, you can get either 8% all the way up to 20% more hit damage, but you won't be able to crit. Which honestly is kind of cool. And I think I'll actually be using with this build here. Because Forge Guard doesn't have a ton of crit. Doesn't have a ton of opportunity to get crit. So I'll probably just be attacking with base damage. So yeah, I might go ahead and do that. Might go ahead and do that. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be giving up 400% crit. Stupid wind. Why is it windy outside? Go away, dude. Fuck, I hate the wind. Can you just not? Yeah, it'll take a little while to catch up, but you'll be good. You gain so much XP while you're going through the monolith that you just zoom through the levels, and the first monolith enemies aren't that hard. They're pretty low power for their level.
Stand down or die.
Oh, the shark has pretty teeth. Yes, there are ghosts in the monoliths. This is a thing. You'll be alright. I believe in you. We want to upgrade and reroll that. Reroll that. Well, I didn't want any of that happening. You suck, video game. Here's a story about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do. Sit around the house, get high and watch too. Here's what happened when they decide to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. It's where they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Come on, take the money and run. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Come on, take the money and run. Oh, wow. Bobby Sue, whoa, whoa, she swept away. Billy Joe caught up to her the very next day. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They're headed down south and they're still running today, singing. 209% increased void damage, 243% increased health regen. That's the highest I've seen for the loot I got. Hey, that's good. I don't know if you really need the health regen. I don't usually worry about health regen. So, I don't know if there are any good, like, health regen builds out there. My health regen is only 65 per second, so that's pretty garbage. Give me another 200% of that, I guess that'd be pretty good. I don't think that's how it works. But yeah, if you've got a bunch of health regen, that's probably really good. Always wear health regen stuff all this time. I was thinking that what's been... I mean, it could be. What's your... Hit C and check your character screen. And right underneath your total health, up there in the top left, it tells you your health regen per second. It's probably not helping you a whole lot. Because, I mean, you got to think, you're looking, I'm taking a couple hundred damage, and obviously I'm way farther than you. But I'm taking 75 to a couple hundred damage every time I get hit. Yeah, that's a 76. There's a couple 150s in there. You know, I'm getting hit a ton of times, and I'm getting hit for significant amounts. So if I was only regenning, 38 a second, I wouldn't even be regenning one hit per second, which is booty cheeks. I mean, you just got to keep finding things. It's gonna stack the same way everything else does. So if you find base health regen stuff, oh motherfucker. Oh, okay. He crit me for all of my hit points and then some. That's ouchy. Stop being able to get crit, I guess. Anyway, if you get base flat, like +2 health regen, and I don't know if there even are base flat health regens, but I think there are. I think I've seen them. Then that'll add to your base, which means that your percentages will then increase it even more. So it's the same 2% of 10 is not even 1 health, but 2% of 100 is 2 health. So I mean, that might be true. They might be rare. Sure. Let's look at the item thing pulled up here. So let's look at health regen. So there's a set called the Shattered Lance set that doesn't help at all. Never mind. Neither of those help. So yeah, we've got percent health regen. We've got minion base health regen. The Shard of the Shattered Lance as health regen. That is flat. Goes up to 10. The Sunforged Great Helm affix can get you up to 6 health regen per forged weapon. You've got an idle prefix. Oh yeah, no, that's probably where you're gonna get, yeah. So can be applied to small idols, 1x1s, or Humble Idols 2x1. So the one you're going to want, if you really want to up your base, is these right here, these Humble Idols. They have a stat or a prefix, which is where I've got my plus vitality right here. They've got some that can be plus vitality plus health regen, and they'll give you plus 4 to 5 vitality and plus 3 to 5 health regen. That doesn't seem right. It must be these types. Yeah, so it'll be the ones, the Weaver. Yeah, okay. It is exclusive to Weaver idols. So the 2x1 that looks like this, but the one that's the Weaver idol, can give you plus vitality plus health regen flat. And then the small idols, these small Weaver idols, can give you 13 to 15% health regen, along with added health, also as a prefix. I'm not wearing any of those, but you can get them. But those 2x1s, forged weapons is a skill for right here. Use this skill for the forge guard, and using this skill creates forged weapons. They're just little minions that fly around and follow you for a brief time, only 20 seconds, and they attack enemies while they're following you. So it's like a whole build that you would have to do to use it, so that's not really viable for you. And then Weaver idols are just the special types of idols that look all crazy, like this one is a Weaver idol, and they've got special affixes. So this is a Weaver idol, 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 Weaver idol. And then there's one that's horizontal like this, it's a 2x1. But that's not it there. I have one in Warpath which summons forged weapons. Oh, okay, cool. There's a weapon, Dark Odachi, that gives plus 115 health on kill, but I need to be level 86. Yeah. Also, you gotta be careful with health on kill stuff. Health on kill can be really, really valuable when you're clearing. And going through like zones and stuff. But most of the bosses don't have minions with them. Right. And so you get nothing from it during boss fights. And now, boss fights are not the hardest content in this game. A lot of the champions are quite a bit harder than some of the bosses as far as their sudden kill potential. So, having good sustain and stuff out in the regular world as opposed to boss fights isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. But it is a pretty narrow you probably want to use something else. not that it wouldn't be fun. And who doesn't want to use something called an Odachi? Sweet name. I mean, that's great, but it would be much more fun to get plus 100 void damage and, you know, plus void penetration or something instead. Or health on melee hit, or something like that. Honestly, since you're using Warpath, so you are going to be hitting a lot, health on melee hit is probably one of your best options as far as sustainability is concerned. Even over life leech or anything like that. Life leech just gives you back a percentage of the damage that you deal. So each different hit is a different instance of life leech, but having more instances or having bigger instances doesn't really matter. So there are items that will give you, for example, this right here can give you up to 7% life leech on all damage. And that's a fairly common necklace to be able to get. And just that is really a significant amount of damage. So if you're doing... the problem is that a lot of life leech is on hit life leech. And so builds that rely on ailments like ignites and stuff like that tend to have a problem with life leech because their goal is to hit things a lot, but not do very much damage with those hits. And so they end up not leeching very much life. And so just having life gain on hit is much, much better. But then you can't really do that with ranged life gain on hit. Most of the life gain on hit is for melee. So if you're running a melee build, if you're running melee ailments specifically, it's just way, way better to have life gain on hit. Because then every single time you hit the enemy, you're gaining back, you know, potentially 50 to 100 life, depending on the stats and stuff you've taken and where you've taken them. So you can get a pretty significant amount of life gained on hit. And then you throw down, you know, a ton of hits per second. And you gain back a ton of health. Also, a few people that comes to my stream are showing interest in the game. They said they wanted to buy it. Nice. Very nice. ARPGs are incredibly good games for an incredibly wide variety of players. Because the barrier to entry for having fun in an ARPG is pretty minimal, right? You just start a character, and then you immediately go out into the first zone with that character, and you just start massacring hordes of enemies. And that's pretty much the gameplay loop for the entire game. So, as long as you're going to enjoy massacring a ton of enemies, it doesn't really matter how good you are, or how far you get, or how often you play, because there's always hordes of enemies to massacre. So it appeals to the really hardcore players who want to build, the super crazy, insane builds and fight the super crazy, insane endgame stuff. It suits casual players who just want to jump on, have a nice little, 20 or 30-minute session, and make some progress on their character and see their character slowly get stronger. You can play the game with other people, so it appeals to, those small groups of friends who really like to play things together and do the stuff together. And this game specifically makes it pretty easy to join your teammates and stuff. You can just teleport to your teammates no matter where they are. So that's really cool. Played almost all night yesterday and went from level 28 to 50. Yeah, I mean, it's a great game. It's a great game. And it's got a ton of replayability because the enjoyment doesn't necessarily come from, like, the enjoyment of the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't really about beating the enemies that you're beating. It's about getting to play the character that you're playing. And so because so many skills have such drastically different play styles, going through the game multiple times with different characters feels very, very different. So games like this just have incredible replayability because of that. Also, you can build up stuff for your next build on your current build, and that makes the next build a lot more fun to level, and has that sense of account progression that feels really nice. So yeah, I mean, I think ARPGs are just a solid genre, and a really accessible genre. There is a little bit of a burden of knowledge with this game. That's definitely true. And with ARPGs in general, there is a little bit of a burden of knowledge. A couple of things that you really want to learn about in these games are how scaling works. So, compared to most, like, RPGs and stuff, the scaling in ARPGs is pretty complicated because you have base values, you have more modifiers, and then you have increase modifiers. So, base modifiers are the first thing that always get added, right? You have a base value, and then you get like a flat value added to that base value. So say my attack damage is 10, and I get a base modifier of +2, my base value is 12. And that always gets added first. Then you get your increase modifiers, which are their percentage values, but they say increased. So let me see if I can find, here we go, 17% increased movement speed. And what that means is that on that base value, on whatever my base movement speed is, I get times 1.17. I get a 17% increase. And then there are more modifiers, which in this game typically exist on passive tree and um, on your skill trees. And these modifiers are multiplicative with increase modifiers. And so what that means is you get your flat base, right? You've got say you've got 10 attack damage, and then you've got your +2, so that's 12. And then maybe you have percent modifiers that are increase modifiers that maybe add up to 110%. Right? So 110% of 12 is 13.2. So you get your base 10, you get your base modifier of +2, you get your increase modifier of 110%, which adds 13.2. So now you're up to 25.2. More modifiers are multiplicative on that final number. So instead of adding the more multiplier and the increase multiplier together, instead of adding the more multiplier and the increase multiplier together, you multiply the more modifier on top of the base value after it's been added with the increase. So you'll take, so in this case, you'd be up to 25.2, and then say you had 100% more modifier, you would multiply that 25.2 by 100%, and that would give you, well, by 2, because that's 100% increase, and that would give you 50.4 damage. Whereas if you added those two modifiers together, if you added the 110% from the increase and the 100% from the more, and just added that 200% onto the base, which was 100 or which was 12, then you would just get 2 times 12 is 24. You'd only get 37.2%. So your goal is to stack those multipliers together as much as possible, because you end up getting the way they're multiplying it, and you'll know. So this will be important. You'll know when you look at some of these bonuses that say they do more damage. So this says hammer throw deals more damage and has a higher chance to stun enemies. Damage plus 10% per point. This is an increase modifier. So this adds on to your first percentage. Now you have, that's an increase modifier. Okay, and here's one. Hammers chain to nearby enemies instead of returning to you. Hammer throw can no longer throw extra projectiles, but it gains more damage and more attack speed, both multiplicative with other modifiers, for each extra projectile you would have thrown. These are more modifiers because they are multiplicative with other modifiers. So this modifier gets added with your other increases, and this modifier gets added independently because it is multiplicative with other modifiers. So you do all the other calculations before you do the multiplicative with other modifiers calculations. And then this gets tacked on. So this is 10% extra projectile. Yeah, damage per extra projectile is plus 10%. So this is 10% on top of everything. So if before you took this node, you were doing 100 damage, after you take this node, you're doing 110 when you hit an enemy. Just understanding scaling and the difficulty that scaling has in these games is what holds so many people back from making their own. because it's extremely complicated and people start picking the wrong modifiers. I do all the time. I'm not great at making builds because despite the fact that I know the things that I just told you, I don't pay attention to them. And so I don't go out of my way to like find the more modifiers, even though they're stronger. And so sometimes I end up with builds that should be way stronger than they actually are because I'm a fucking idiot. And despite the fact that I have the knowledge, I don't apply it. But that's probably the one thing that holds back most people's builds is they think that a modifier is weak because they see the modifier is smaller, but there's a huge difference between a 10% more modifier and a 10% increase modifier. And so if you look at just the raw values and you say, oh, well, this one's going to give me 15% and this one's only going to give me 10, the 15% is obviously better. If it's a more modifier versus an increase modifier, that's probably not true. 10% is probably worth 10 times that 15%. And then just by going after the bigger number, you've significantly reduced the overall damage of your... And I bet you if I went back through and looked at all the points that I took, I probably took some increase modifiers over more modifiers, probably for the exact same reason. I probably saw a higher number and said, oh, that's better. And it probably wasn't. And so my build is probably not as good as it could be right now. That makes me sad. I might have to go look.
Stand down or die. What a bother.
Boop. Where is Oribus? Oribus. Where to be seen? I don't think we're gonna make it. Fire department. Driving by the house. Motherfuckers are so loud. What's that? All my fire damage spreading in the neighborhood. The first year that we lived, maybe the second year we lived in this house. I think the first year we lived in this house. Christmas Day that year, our next door neighbor, their house burned down. It was very sad. But I think since we're not going to make it as far as I would like to today, we're probably going to go ahead and call it for the day. I'll try and beat the other Harbingers tonight so that we can do Aberoth tomorrow. Stream. And then start pushing the 500 corruption and try and take Uber Aberoth as well. At least fight him. Just so we can see what he's like. And then starting Monday next week, which is day after tomorrow, we are going to start a series where every week we're going to play a new build and we're going to try and push it all the way to Uber Aberoth. And we're going to do it kind of blind. Like, I'm going to find a skill that I think will be fun to play and maybe come up with a couple of chase items that I'd like to get for the end game version of that build. And then we're just going to go into it and we're just going to start allocating points as we go and building up the build as we go. We're not going to build the whole thing in a build editor on the internet. We're not going to plan the whole thing out. We're not going to, we're going to have fun. Fucking go in there, we're going to start killing stuff, and we're just going to kind of see where the build takes us based on the equipment that we find and how we feel about things. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun. So, thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. And, gosh, I hope I can wake up early enough to get back on at the regular time. I know I've been slacking. I've been sleeping in. Sleeping in like a big old fat lazy dude. So, we'll see. But, yeah, I hope everybody has a great day. And I will see you all in the next one.